We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews, but I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here. For 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years.
So as in,
It's exactly the same by the time you build it.
so right now we're talking about the current nationwide approval rate of Donald Trump as per February 2026 averages the national job approval polling. Um, 44% approve of Donald J. Trump as of February 2026. 50 to 53% disapprove of his job as of this month so far. So most national polling averages, real clear politics style, show him slightly underwater overall, but within striking range depending on the issue. But he is still being approved so far. When it comes to Republicans, he's got an 85 to 90% approval rate. With Republicans, Democrats, 5 to 10% approval rate. Independents, he is definitely underwater when it comes to independents.
Take a different stance. It was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think. Well, I was asking for your response. No, you didn't say what the judge said. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled.
Alrighty. So like I said, the current polls right now as of February 2026 um, has Donald Trump slightly underwater in terms of his job approval rate. Um, Issues based on immigration. Um, Let me see here. All right. So we're gonna get into how Donald Trump shapes public perspectives, y'all. Hope everybody's doing well tonight, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. We're gonna get into a couple videos and we're gonna listen to how Donald Trump utilizes his messaging to shape the Republican Party's perspective, right? And so we're gonna see from when he first started rallying up until today how he still shapes his supporters and also how he generate more critics when it comes to people who are disapproving of him. Maybe you have some people who regret voting for him, turning on different aisles now. But what's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody is doing well. What's up, Danny? What's going on, Danny? How you been, Danny? How you been? How you been? Anyway, so when we talk about whether Donald Trump messaging has shaped public perspective positively or negatively, we have to separate three things, y'all: the impact on his base, the impact on swing voters, and the impact on overall national tone. So when we look at Republican voters, especially like the MAGA base, right? of course, the things that come out of his mouth, his rhetoric, right? The things that he say, his style of politics, his style of running the country, right? His communication style, right? I hear a lot of people say things like, "Oh, it's just who he is." He's he's very direct. You know, he's very authentic, unfiltered. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what you hear a lot of times when it comes to his supporters, right? And then you have the other side of the aisle, whether it be independents or whether it be Democrats. Uh, the critic side, a lot of people said, is very unpresidential, very irresponsible as a president. And so we're just going to get into a lot of, not a lot, but we're going to get into a couple videos that sort of paint the picture on how Donald Trump started his presidency, the way he came out, the way he shaped Republicans' perspective, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to just show you guys the psychological stance that he had on his supporter side. What's going on? Cool. Good to see you. Good to see you too. How have you gone away? How he gonna sway the non-trumpets? What's up, DW? DW, my bad, man. What's going on? Shout out to everybody in the chat. So we're gonna get into a couple videos right here, right now. Um, the impact he's had on independents so far. Independents are more sensitive to his tone. Research from the Pew and the Gallups over multiple years show some voters respond positively to law and order and immigration messaging. Others react negatively to personal attacks, inflammatory rhetoric, or refusal to apologize for controversial statements. Right. And so, like I said, some Republican voters, we've seen some Republican voters retract, fall back, or regret that they had voted for Donald Trump based on a lot of things that's happened so far in 2025. Even 2026, we've seen people come out and say, "Oh, I regret casting my vote for Donald Trump," based on things that he said or posted on Truth Social, things of that nature. What's up, Chloe? How's it going? How's it going? So we see sometimes, when it comes to his messaging, right? It's very controversial. I'll just say that, very controversial, and I think that's how he won. Uh, that's how he won the country over because it was like a culture shock in a way, right? It was like Donald Trump, it meets entertainment, meets president, meets controversy, right? It really took the country by a loop, and so, anyways, we're gonna get into a couple videos right here to sort of shape uh, this video for tonight. Hope everybody doing well. Hit that like button on your way in here. Hit that like button on the way in. Danny said, yes, they have some Republicans retracted. You see that, Dom? Yes, we seeing it. We seeing it. Definitely seeing it on a larger scale than what we've seen before. But here's an interesting video right here. If I can get into it, let me get to where I need to go. Right here. Y'all give me just a second. Hit that like button on the way in, y'all. Here we go. This is from the Andy Griffin Show years ago.
Was the story of a man who was an entertainer who had some power, who had access to the media, to the television, well, who parlayed that into a political situation.
Yeah, he became. I guess people at that time didn't think it could happen. It can happen. It can happen, uh, and has happened at times. It might be happening now. Who knows?
Who knows?
But this was a regular, just an interesting, energetic guy at the beginning, a free kind of a man, and he he discovered radio and he discovered television, and then he became accepted by people, and he became their folk hero, and then he started to manipulate them and tell them how to think, and they would do what he said do.
Mm.
And then he began to realize how much power he really had. And he started to influence politicians. And he was about to launch this real loser into political office. When, when the country discovered him by means of Patricia Neal, who played a role called Marcia, she left the audio switch open
At the end of the
at
show.
the end of a show, at the end of a program, and the people actually heard what he said, and he called them sheep, and he called them that they would do exactly what he said do, and how dumb and stupid they were. Then they turned him off, but he took that.
Yeah, that was strong. Who was that man?
Who was that man? Who was that man, chat? Who was Andy Griffin talking about? Who did Andy Griffin predict that would persuade public opinion, persuade the perspective of the media, the perspective of politicians, right? Build a base of fan base based on his popularity, his rhetoric, right? Being in front of TV shows. You are fired. You are fired, right? Who was Andy Griffin predicting in that video? Who is that man he was talking about? Huh? And if he was predicting Donald Trump, right, to be that man, is it true that many of those same people who fell for the who fell for the hat tricks, right? Are those same people gonna turn on that same man when they find out that they were finessed, tricked, mind tricked? Will they turn on that man when they find out that what he initially said in his opening statement, opening president union speeches, when they find out that he wasn't really about America and he was only about himself? Because we're gonna watch some videos where Donald Trump loved to brag on himself. He loved to make it all about himself, right? So that was a pretty good video from the Andy Griffin show. The Andy Griffin show, Andy Griffin debate. That was a pretty good video. Let me find this other video right here we're gonna get into. Uh where is it? This right here just sort of sparked where we're going on this live show right here. So make sure you hit that like button, guys. We almost at 10 likes. Make sure you hit that like button.
Critics say Donald Trump is one of the most divisive figures in modern American politics. They argue his rhetoric often fuels social and racial polarization. Trump has repeatedly attacked the media, labeling unfavorable coverage as fake news, which critics say weakens public trust. Opponents also claim his America First message sometimes excludes America's diverse communities. Many analysts believe his confrontational leadership style prioritizes conflict over unity. Supporters, critics see division, misinformation, and a nation more divided than before.
So what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about his leadership style, right? Is it more unifying or is it more divisive? Right? What do you think about that, chat? What would you say? Right? Is his leadership style more unifying or more divisive? Is it only focused on a particular party and those who support him, or is it focused on America, the United States of America as a whole? What would you say? Let me know down in the chat. What would you say? I'm interested in knowing. I am interested in knowing. All right. But Donald Trump is not the first president, chat, who criticized the media. I think he's probably the worst president who's criticized the media and just came up with this narrative, this talking point of of the fake news media, right? I think he is the one who sort of elevated that talking point. Um, President Nixon also used to criticize the media a lot too. He used to criticize the media too a lot, but not on the scale to where he just like flat out disrespected the media, right? Donald Trump just he don't care. Like he would call, you'll see him in certain when he having certain White House meetings of saying things like that, and reporters are asking him questions. I mean, you'll see the president just flat out disrespect a reporter from CNN, a reporter from ABC. He'll call him a terrible person. He'll call them names, blah blah blah, because they asked him controversial questions. But he's a controversial president, right? But so there's a different style. He's definitely taken on some aspects of President Nixon, but he's definitely more controversial towards the media for sure. So let me find this video really quick. Trying to make sure I find the one. Oh, here's an example of how Donald Trump right here. Here's an example of how he treats the media right here. Here we go. Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. We almost there at 10. We almost at 10. Hit that like button.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to challenge you on one of the statements that you made in the tail end of the campaign in the midterms.
Here we go.
If you don't mind, Mr. President, that this caravan was an invasion. As you know, Mr. President,
I consider it to be an invasion.
As you know, Mr. President, the caravan was not an invasion. It's a group of migrants moving up from Central America towards the border with the U.S.
Thank you for telling me that.
Why did you characterize it as such?
Because I consider it an invasion. You and I have a difference of opinion.
But do you think that you demonized immigrants in this election to try to keep?
I want them to come into the country, but they have to come in legally. You know, they have to come in, Jim, through a process. I want it to be a process, and I want people to come in, and we need the people.
Your campaign.
Wait. You know why we need the people, don't you? Because we have hundreds of companies moving in. We need the people.
Your campaign had an ad showing migrants climbing over walls and so on.
Well, that's true. But they weren't actors.
They're not going to be doing that.
They weren't actors. Well, no, it's true. Do you think they were actors? They weren't actors. They didn't come from Hollywood. These were people. This was an actual, it happened a few days ago. And
they're hundreds of miles away, though. They're hundreds and hundreds of miles away. That's not an invasion.
Honestly, I think you should let me run the country. You run CNN.
All right.
And if you did it well, your ratings would be much better.
If I may ask one other question, Mr. President, if I may ask one other question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's enough.
Mr. President, I was going to ask one of the other folks.
That's enough.
Pardon me, ma'am. Mr. President,
that's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other question, if I may ask, on the Russia investigation. Are you concerned that you may have?
I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation? Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's unfair.
You're a very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible. And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either. So
I understand.
To be honest.
So let me ask you a question, if I can. You repeatedly said
you aren't the best,
Mr. President. You repeatedly over the course of
just sit down, please.
Just sit down.
Well, when you report fake news, when you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. Go ahead,
Mr. President.
Enemy of the people, right? So that's just one style right there. That's one style, and one of the repeated talking points that Donald Trump likes to use, right? Enemy of the people, fake news, right? This is how he persuade his voters. This is how he persuade his supporters, right? And you hear, even when you if you guys pay attention, right, when you talk about these things online, right, you will hear a lot of his supporters in the chat, or see a lot of people in the chat just repeating these same talking points, because that's his messaging. His messaging is um, fake news. Anybody who has a difference of opinion, right? It has to be fake news. Don't believe the media, right? They are enemies of the people. And we're gonna watch another video. We're gonna watch multiple videos, and you guys are gonna hear these same talking points. And there's a reason why he repeats the same thing, right? It's a psychological thing. He understands how to maintain his base, right? He understands how to persuade his supporters, because you have a lot of people who just regurgitate a lot of things that he say, especially like right now. I'm looking in the chat, but I'm not paying attention to everything what people saying, right? But even like for example, there was a meeting they had where JD Vance and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, they all had a meeting about a government shutdown. And so JD Vance and the Republicans, geez, why did my GPS just switch? That's crazy. Uh, when they went into the meeting, they had red Trump 2028 hats on the desk. And so Hakeem Jeffries, he walked up to the desk. He was confused as to why they had these Trump 2028 hats sitting on the desk. And so they did it as a joke, right? They did it as a joke, and they were saying like Democrats can't take jokes, right? But you see the same thing, even sometimes when you're looking around, looking at different politic channels, news channels, right? You will see people in the chat who will say Trump 2028, even though we know that Trump cannot run in 2028, right? It's just something that they say because they've been convinced, or they're repeating talking points, right? Maybe Trump have said that he should run in 2028, and so in their mind they're just repeating these same things because they've been publicly persuaded by him, even though that's a false thing. Like, he can't run in 2028, but they'll say it anyway because they've been persuaded. Anyways, let's get into another video. uh let's see here. Here we go. Hit that like button, chat. Hit that like button, everybody in here, man. Hit that like button on your way in. Damn, where is that? Here we go. Here it is, right here.
Super convenient, okay? It's just 12 minutes a day, and you can do it hands-free. You can multitask. Trump is going to announce on June 16th, and we want you to break it. And I said, no. I did this in 2011, and I'm not falling for this again. I'm not writing a word until he actually runs. Sam said, will you please just have lunch with him? And so I did. And Trump, he loves to show things off.
The White House is very special. So is Trump Tower. That's the view of New York City. That's the chair for The Apprentice.
Here's Shaquille O'Neal's signed shoe.
This is some serious foot.
Here's a plaque from Governor Scott Walker.
That's Tom Brady's Super Bowl helmet. This is Mike Tyson's belt. Vince McMahon from the World Wrestling Federation.
There were some like rap videos that he asked his assistants to call up on the computers and show me. It was part of why he believed that he would do well with black voters. Trump was trying to sell me. I mean, because that's what he's always doing, is he's trying to sell you. And so he was trying to sell me on that he was serious, and he was getting frustrated that I wasn't taking it seriously. Nothing incensed him more than proving people wrong and what they think about him.
Wow. Whoa. That is some group of people, thousands. This is beyond anybody's expectation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
And y'all got to understand, right? Like you said, right? Fame has been Trump's comfort zone for years, right? A lot of people, he was famous. A lot of people knew who he was. And so when he ran for president the first time, when he announced his presidency, right? Well, actually, before he actually publicly came out publicly and announced it, everyone, even the Republicans, everyone thought that this was a joke, bro. Everybody across the country thought that it was a joke. They were like, "Nah, don't y'all take this serious, right?" Because they understood who he was, what type of person he was, what type of character he had. Like they understood. But like the first video we played, right? And I'm gonna go back to the first video from Andy Griffin's show and how celebrities can convince, they can manipulate the public, especially if they're really famous. They can manipulate politicians, right? It can happen. They can persuade voters. What Danny said, blah 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 blah. Ghislaine, JD Vance would win 2028. That's funny. Donald Trump even manipulated JD Vance. JD Vance hated Donald Trump before he accepted to become vice president. He hated Donald Trump. He had a lot of bad things to say about Donald Trump before before he became vice president, right? So, but yeah, I don't think now JD Vance won't win 2028. No, he's not a strong candidate. He won't win. He's not a strong candidate at all. But let's just go back to this first video real quick. Before actually, we'll just continue this one. Hold on.
Many people didn't take him seriously. I still remember some newspapers cover stories saying that he was a clown. The Huffington Post saying that they were going to cover it as entertainment.
I'm talking out of my ass, right? I'm talking out of my ass, but that's what the media was saying when he ran for president. When he first announced his presidency, he's a clown. Take this serious. He's only announcing this for entertainment. Literally, nobody took his campaign serious the first time. Nobody believed this. They thought it was all a joke until he started his messaging. What was his messaging? Right? Immigration. That was his messaging. Immigration. Illegal aliens. Right? When he started um, using those talking points, he started to appealing to a lot of voters. Right? His controversial ways of talking, his aggressiveness started striking supporters, and they actually began to believe in him. Oh shit! Where the video at?
Universal remote for Smart TV Plus.
We are fighting the fake news. It's fake, phony, fake. They are the enemy of the people. They have no sources. They just make them up. They're very dishonest people.
The tone is such hatred. But I'm having a good time. Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest.
Many people didn't take him seriously. I still remember some newspapers cover stories saying that he was a clown. The Huffington Post saying that they were going to cover it as entertainment.
What's up, Kai? Use your brain, Kai.
There is no question that there was a certain amount of smugness among the national media throughout the campaign, but especially at the beginning. I remember there was a clip that was played over and over and over again in which Keith Ellison is talking to George Stephanopoulos and Maggie Haberman. And Keith Ellison, who comes from Minnesota, clearly he was picking up something where he felt, oh, Donald Trump is really connecting with people.
You see these big crowds he is gathering. How do you explain his appeal? What is he tapping into? Congressman Keith Ellison over here just smiling silently through this whole time.
All I want to say is that this man has got some momentum, and we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket.
I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh. the laughter from both George Stephanopoulos and Maggie Haberman that this was just a ludicrous idea. That sense of disconnect and the fact that the national media's response to that was to laugh in this person's face was, I think, a really telling moment for me.
It was a spontaneous reaction, and I was not laughing at the idea that Trump could be the nominee. I was laughing at Keith Ellison, and that's not a great look either. It's really the moment that I will regret more than any during the campaign.
At the beginning, I was very frustrated with many journalists because they were not challenging Donald Trump enough. Donald Trump gave permission to people to say whatever was in their minds.
Our country is in serious trouble. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And it's got to stop. And it's got to stop fast.
Mexican immigrants are criminals, drug traffickers, and rapists. I am a Mexican immigrant. He was talking about me. The vast majority of immigrants in this country are not criminals. And Donald Trump was giving a completely different idea simply because he knew that was the way to the White House.
I will build a great, great wall on our southern border, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall. Mark my words.
He challenged him immediately.
Trump, Donald Trump. Yo digo eso y ustedes qué piensan. Yo pienso que es recriminable. Es la promoción del odio y resulta en una imagen muy negativa para todo el país.
But many other news organizations decided not to do that.
This guy's got absolutely no policy credentials whatsoever. Donald Trump's a clown.
Come on, that was fantastic.
And as reporters, I think we didn't report correctly. We didn't see reality as it was, but as we wanted it to be.
We will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I had no idea that Donald Trump announced he was running for president. At the time, I was not a political reporter.
NBC's Katie Torres in Paris. The Larchevêque guy, I can't say the name. Take those down as well. I'm terrible at French, guys.
Politics was not something that I had a deep interest in. It was not something that I had covered very much in the past. All I knew was that on June 23rd, I was coming back to New York, and I was in the newsroom, standing around, and that's how I got put on my very first Donald Trump story.
NBC and Univision both say they will not broadcast the Miss USA pageant.
Donald Trump is hot on the campaign trail amid swirling controversy over his derogatory remarks about Mexican immigrants.
Donald Trump was getting dropped by Macy's and Univision. Somebody said we should do this story, and my name came up.
Katie, this sounds like a real problem.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good one. And then I got a phone call from the president of NBC News saying, hey, we're going to put you on the Donald Trump campaign full time.
What's up, Waylon? What's going on, Waylon?
I was covering Scott Walker, and as he's flaming out, our editors realized that we really needed someone on Donald Trump full time. He's getting thousands and thousands of people at his events.
Apprentice!
Oh, good.
Yeah.
What's
When I
up,
started to
RW?
realize that there was more to the Trump campaign early on. I remember being at the Oklahoma State Fair, maybe a month or two into the campaign, and the place was packed.
Unbelievable!
There was a live bald eagle on stage. A guy from Duck Dynasty was there.
Here's the deal. We're both successful businessmen. We both had pretty big shows on television. We both have wives that are 1,000 times better looking than us.
I mean, it was this really entertaining, fun atmosphere. People came, they wanted to see the spectacle, they wanted to see what this was all about, because he was and is a celebrity.
He's being greeted as if he's like a Beatle in the 1960s. There was a certain level of passion there that was not existent in any other candidate.
And if you weren't there in the rallies, you missed that.
Take the cameras off me and pan the crowd, okay? Go ahead, pan the crowd and be honest.
He's exceptionally good at marketing himself as full-blown news story.
I grew up on Donald Trump. He's just been in our consciousness for 35 years.
Trump found his way into the gossip pages. He found that he could pique interest from other publications that way.
The press never took him seriously, and he was able to take advantage of that.
Trump then and now has a belief that he can control the media, depending on how forcefully he behaves or how badly he behaves.
Miss America made the bathing suits one piece very large, and you weren't allowed to wear shoes. What I did is I made the heels higher and the bathing suit smaller, and it was amazing.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan?
I think she's hot.
Probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed.
Rosie is a loser. She's a slob. She's disgusting. I'd like to take some money out of her fat ass pockets.
And Trump thrived on this. How many times was Trump under investigation for his businesses? How many times did he escape accusations of housing discrimination, abuse of casino laws? How many bankruptcies? How many sleazy business partners did he have at home and abroad? And he thrived.
Things are working out very well for me. The press doesn't want to write that, but that's okay, because if you really read between the lines, you'll see that things are working out.
I mean, a lot of that stuff don't really matter, though, right? The bankruptcies, the investigations, the convictions, the felonies, a lot of that stuff don't matter when you appeal to a certain demographic, right? When you appeal to a certain base that you're starting to speak their language, when you say certain things about immigrants, right? When you say negative things about people of color, when you appeal to a certain demographic, right? Knowing that that demographic is, I mean, they're the largest amongst the population. They have more people in terms of population, right? When you start to speak their language and say things that they want to say but they can't say, and now you're in a position of presidency, right? You're in a position of power, and you're speaking this way, more people are starting to support you because it's what they want to say but they can't say it. But now the president is saying it, and it's okay. So that's why, honestly, that's why he is still being approved on a higher level in terms of his Republican approval rate is still kind of high, 85 to 90% high, right? But independently, of course, we know the Democrats don't approve of him, right? They have like 5% of Democrats approve of Donald Trump. But when you talk about independents, his approval rate is sitting at about 35% to 40%, right? Well below that mid-range marker. So his approval ratings are falling tremendously as of February 2026. It's falling, but he is still able to appeal to his quote-unquote fan base, his Republican base. Why? Because he speaks their language. He say things that they want to say. He say things that they want to hear, right? Even if it don't make sense, right? Even if it's controversial, what do they say? Oh, he just direct. He just, right? He didn't mean it that way. Oh, that's fake news, man. Your report, that's fake news. They repeat the same talking points that he say because that's his messaging. His messaging is fake news. His messaging is immigration, illegals. They're illegal. Get them out of our country, right? His messaging is Trump 2028. And this is what you see people say in the chats online. They repeat those same talking points because why? They've been bitten. They've been bit by the entertainment. He's the best entertaining president ever. You're right. He's not serious. Y'all hired an entertainer. Literally. We 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 hired a because the American people voted for this guy, but y'all hired a Hollywood entertainer. Y'all got bit by it, and y'all think he's serious as a president. Y'all really think he's serious, and he's not. Right? These policies. Look, y'all. Stephen Miller is the real guy behind what he's doing. Donald Trump ain't pushing no policies. I mean, he's the face of it all because he's the president, right? But he ain't really putting in the work. Stephen Miller is the real mind behind the policies. That's who it is. Let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest. Donald Trump isn't a smart guy. He's not. He's not a smart guy. Stephen Miller is the brains behind the entire. His name is Hollywood entertainer. Literally. Real talk. Real talk.
You know very well for Donald Trump.
His followers don't get how much of this is a game for him, and that's what I think the danger is.
Damn. Damn. And I didn't even know she was about to say that. She said his followers don't even get how much this is a game for him. Y'all don't even get it. He just playing the game. That's it. That's it. Y'all don't even get it. 140 IQ. Yeah, fucking right. Get your dumb ass out of here. Like shit like that. Right? And that's something he probably said, right? Yeah, I have an IQ of 140. He probably said some bullshit like that and you ran with it because you naive. Get your dumb ass out of here.
For me, it was a chance to ask what I just felt like I wanted to know the answer to. Where do you get your money from? You're for the Second Amendment. Do you have a gun? How high would the wall be? How can anybody expect that you're going to be able to get into the White House and watch your mouth, hold your tongue?
Look at his supporters. I know him more than you. I know him. You don't know him personally. You don't know shit about Donald Trump. You don't know him. I know him more than you. They so bitten by this man, this entertaining man. Like they're so manipulated by this man. They feel like they know him. I know him more than you. I followed him since the 80s. Damn. That's how bad y'all been bitten by this dumbass. That's crazy. I know him. I know Trump. You don't know Trump. You don't know Trump. She said, I know Trump. I know him more than you. I've been following him since the 80s.
And not piss off other countries. And he tried to steamroll me.
You're not bringing up anything new. You know, you're acting like you're the great reporter, blah, blah, blah.
Let's talk immigration. The murder rate in El Paso, Texas, big
look.
cities in the country.
Don't try and convince me that there's no crime, that it's wonderful.
Why do people believe your numbers when you come out here and say that they're committing crimes? Pew Research, which is independent, says...
Don't be naive. You're a very naive person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead.
And it got very contentious. He was furious.
He said, I know he's doing better than any president, any other president in 20 years. How so? Let us know how he's doing better than any other president in the last 20 years. How so? And be very precise in your answer. Don't be basic. Don't say the border. Don't say tariffs. Don't say, explain how in detail, right? Give us what policy that he's passed that is better than any other president in the last 20 years. Be very precise. Let us know exactly how, right? Don't repeat the same talking points. Don't say he secured the borders, right? Don't say that. How has he been better than any other president in the last 20 years? Let us know how. Let us know how. Let us know how. We'll wait on it. Let us know. We'll wait on it.
He was furious. And that began a roller coaster of a relationship.
Trump going after the press has always been a dynamic. And early on, it was almost kind of a playful thing. A lot of people hate the media. It's an easy way to get people all riled up. But as time went on, the tone of it got...
And that's another thing. That's how I know a lot of y'all just watch news and you don't pay attention to actually what's happening around the world, right? A lot of y'all just watch and listen to Donald Trump, but you don't actually pay attention to things happening around the southern border. You don't pay attention to what's happening around Arizona, around Texas, around California. They just had a crazy a large drug bust in Tacoma, Washington. And a lot of drugs came across the border from Texas, Arizona. And this just happened in 2025. Right, but yet you will listen to Donald Trump say, "Oh, we haven't had anybody cross the border, not one person in the last 9 months. The last 10 months, our borders have been secure. The last 10 months, chat. The last 10 months, nobody has crossed the borders." Right? That is a damn lie. That's how I know y'all don't do any research. Y'all just literally listen to this guy. Y'all listen to the Republican Party, and you just run with it. You don't know anything that's happening around the world. You just don't know, right? Meanwhile, they just had a large drug bust in Tacoma, Washington, from methamphetamine, fentanyl. They're still bringing fentanyl across the border, chat. They still getting drugs across the border. What are we talking about? But yet the border is secure, right? You guys are stupid as fuck, man. A lot of y'all Republicans are dumb as fuck, and you're naive and gullible. You're gullible as fuck. You dumb as fuck. Yeah, that's what do you mean? He's the best president in the last 20 years. He secured the border. He built the wall. He did this. Guys, you are sadly mistaken, y'all. You are, and y'all so crazy. Y'all will say that shit, and you never even went down to see. You never even went down to see the southern border. You never driven down there for yourself to see it. You just listen and go with it. Meanwhile, they still smuggling drugs across the border. They are still smuggling drugs into our country right now. There was a guy online. I don't know how true it is. There are some guys online who country literally walked across the fuck. Y'all believe anything, bro. Y'all just believe this shit.
Darker and darker. Part of what he does is he wants to make it personal because everything for him is personal. He doesn't want to allow the substance to be debated.
Now it's payoff guards. Y'all see what I'm saying? Now it's payoff guards. Y'all see how they try to deflect? Y'all see how they try to do that? Payoff guards, right? Oh, it's got to be payoff guards. Okay. 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 They just believe in this man. This man has manipulated y'all so hard. Y'all believe in him and everything he say wholeheartedly. Nothing, says Robo. I can ride to the White House every day. I haven't seen it in years. Signed the largest middle class tax cut in history, which included eliminating taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security. Blue collar wage growth 2020 was the highest in nearly 20. Not what did I say? Was the highest in nearly and how is that making him the best president in the last 20 years? We don't even know how that's going to play out yet. We don't know how it's going to play out. y'all are saying things. Y'all are saying he's the best president in the last 20 years. You're giving the examples, right? You said he signed the largest tax cut for the middle class, but we don't know how it's played out yet. So you can't even make that argument yet. You can't make that argument. You're only making it because you're biased. That's the only reason you would say that. The only reason you would say that. Very full of it. Very, very full of it. He hasn't done anything because he ain't the one that's pushing these ideas, Jack Chan. Donald Trump is not the one who is pushing these ideas, Jack. The man behind the plan is Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is the man behind the plan. He is the genius in the background. It ain't Donald Trump. Understand that. He ain't smart at all. I know y'all love him. I know he entertained y'all and persuaded y'all based on his rhetoric. You've been persuaded. I understand you're naive. You're gullible. It's okay, right? But he ain't the one with the brains. I hate to break to you. He ain't the one.
2016 election season. You know, he certainly had a relationship with Fox News and with my then boss, Roger Ailes. Made him feel some sort of kinship, I gather, with my then place of employment. Breaking tonight, new fallout from a controversial article about GOP frontrunner Donald Trump. Prior to the debate, Trump became very focused on me, as a result of a segment we had done on the Kelly File involving his divorce from Ivana Trump, in which she accused Donald Trump of raping her. The story broke at the Daily Beast website a little before 9 p.m. last night. Needless to say, Trump did not appreciate the revival of that divorce allegation, which Ivana had since rejected as not the truth. Tim, thank you for being here. Why did you think this was relevant?
Well, I think it's relevant because Donald Trump introduced his presidential campaign by making these accusations against Mexican immigrants, saying that many of the people who crossed the border were rapists.
It is a statement of fact that some of the people who cross the southern border are rapists and murderers. So why does that suddenly make relevant any allegation that's been made against a presidential candidate? That story was everywhere. We were the only ones doing the story with some fair and balanced coverage, where the guy got challenged as to whether this was really appropriate or not. Now, not taking a position on whether the report was fair or not, Tim, you spoke with a representative for the Trump Organization, a guy named Michael Cohen, an attorney for Mr. Trump, and he directly threatened you. He said, quote, "I will make sure that you and I meet one day, and I will come after your Daily Beast and everyone else that you possibly know. So I'm warning you, tread very effing lightly, because what I'm going to do to you is going to be effing disgusting. You understand me? I'm going to mess your life up for as long as you're on this effing planet." Your reaction to that kind of language and threat from a man directly representing a presidential contender. Donald Trump was not happy with this segment and then demanded that I call him prior to that presidential debate. And he lost it. I mean, he told me I was a disgrace, that I ought to be ashamed of myself. He was screaming at me, and then he hung up on me. The next 4 days he spent calling my bosses, trying to figure out what I was going to do at the debate. His behavior escalated so much in those 4 days that I started to get slightly alarmed. Presidential debates are always the hardest things that we do. There's nothing like the preparation that goes into a presidential debate. There was so much anticipation behind that first debate. I mean, it was Trump's first debate. He was already the Republican frontrunner. The other Republicans wanted him gone. So I went to Cleveland excited. In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump. This is it. It's game day.
We welcome you to the Republican primary debate night on Fox.
Trust me when I tell you, neither Brett Baer nor Chris Wallace wanted to read my debate question to Trump. Our first round of questions is on the subject of electability. Mr. Trump, one of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
The new bearskin hoodie 4.0 claims to
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
waterproof tactical.
I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct. I've been. What I say is what I say. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Well, my first hint that something was wrong, that something really unusual was happening, was when I anchored my show right after the debate, live from the stadium. This is the Kelly File, everyone, live from Cleveland on what has been truly an electric and historic night. During the middle of the broadcast, Trump walked by with a huge entourage, and he pointed at me and said, "Megyn Kelly is not nice. She's no good." And everybody, and then all the cameras turned to me, and it was click, 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 click. And I went home, and then, all hell broke loose.
Hello, Don.
Mr. Trump, how do you think it went?
So I actually saw Don Lemon live.
Well, I think it went very well from my standpoint.
Trump had offered to give a phoner to CNN, a half-an-hour phoner, commercial-free. They gave it to him. By the way, we killed them in the ratings that night. And I couldn't believe it. He was very angry.
Certainly, I don't have a lot of respect for Megyn Kelly. She's a lightweight. And, she came out there.
Yeah, I know, Danny. I see it. And also, the recent polls in February 2026, the recent polls that just came out, the American people don't even approve of Donald Trump anymore right now. Every day we seeing Republicans turn on Donald Trump every single day and regretting the votes that they cast in the 2024 elections. They are regretting it. So it don't surprise me when we see these numbers. Every day we put these polls out, we're seeing an overwhelming majority of people are starting to disapprove of this current president, entertaining president, famous entertaining president every day. So I'm not surprised, Danny. I'm not surprised at all.
Out there reading her little script. When you meet her, you realize she's not very tough and she's not very sharp. She's Zippo. There was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever. In my opinion, she was off base.
I will never forget seeing my phone just light up with the reaction to that comment, and honestly realizing that things had changed, that truly my own life would never be the same again.
Trump was always the programmer and the producer of his own show. Trump wanted to turn the reporters into participants, as characters in a story he was telling.
When he announced his candidacy, he said that Mexican immigrants were criminals and rapists. I knew that he was wrong, so I decided to write him a letter, a handwritten letter. Nobody does that anymore. And I told him, Mr. Trump, I want to have an interview with you. I have many questions. Here's my cell phone number. And then instead of responding to me, he published my cell phone number online. And then I started getting hundreds, at the end, thousands of texts and phone calls. So we checked his schedule, and he was going to give a press conference in Dubuque, Iowa.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
So we brought 2 or 3 cameras, a microphone, and we had a plan.
Okay, who's next? Yeah, please.
I raised my hand and said, I have a question on immigration.
Excuse me, sit down. You weren't called. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Go ahead. No, you don't. You haven't been called.
I have the right to ask the question.
Go back to Univision.
Go back to Univision. What he really was saying is, go back to Mexico. Go back to your country of origin, because we don't want you here.
Go ahead.
When he realized that I was challenging him, he tried to stop me.
Unicorns.
Yes, go ahead.
I expect the same thing. I anticipate the same thing, Unicorn.
Megyn Kelly, will you do that?
No, I wouldn't do that. She actually should be apologizing to me, but I would not do that. No.
You're very rude. It's not about you. Get out of my country. Get out.
This is
not about you.
I'm a U.S. citizen too.
Well, whatever. No, Univision. No, it's not about you.
It's not about you. It's about the United States. I've been living in this country for 34 years, and I have never experienced anything like that. Two reporters were tested and made sure that I was able to go back. But the offensive remarks that I received, me and my family, are something that I really never expected. I thought that I was part of this country. I thought that this country had embraced me. I thought this country was going to protect me. Some of the things that I've heard and things that I still get on social media are incredible, completely un-American, I think.
North Dakota State University.
Trump's approval rating is in the 40s right now. Yep. As of February 2026. That is correct.
Create professional estimates and invoices in seconds.
That is correct. All right, man.
Started reporting in 27. I have never heard or seen such outrageous, vicious, distorted reporting in 27 years of public life.
The animosity between White Houses and political reporters is nothing new.
Mr. President.
Nixon hated the press.
It was maintained what was called an enemies list. The press is the enemy. The press was the enemy. The press is the enemy.
I was on Nixon's enemies list. He broke into my office. He went through my income tax every year. He did all kinds of outrageous things.
The 1970s up until now, there's been a concerted effort to delegitimize, to attack, to tear down, and to replace what we would call the mainstream media.
We've now reached this moment when we can firmly announce the starting of a Fox News channel.
Most of the press I call willing accomplices to the liberal power base in Washington.
But political journalism took a wrong turn a long time ago. The most sophisticated political journalists began to look at the political world through the eyes of professionals in politics and identify with the political class. They began to look at the...
Wait, President Nixon was doxing people, bro? I never knew that. Yo, President Nixon was doxing motherfuckers, bro. Affecting their taxes. No fucking way. Yo, did Donald Trump get his tactics from President Nixon? Is that what it was? He saw what President Nixon used to do, and he said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it the same way. Right? I'm gonna have Don Lemon arrested. Any of you fake news, Did he take on those tactics, y'all? I don't know. Y'all let me know. Hit that like button. We're almost at 20 likes, guys. Hit that like button. That is funny. That is funny. That is funny.
The voters out there as objects to be manipulated, like the pollster looks at them, like the handlers look at them, like the campaign manager looks at them.
250,000 journalism jobs have been lost since 1990. The vast majority of those jobs were in local journalism. As journalism has become more and more disconnected from the local experience and seen as an elite and distant profession, I think people have lost trust and confidence.
Please welcome Rachel Maddow.
But the self-inflicted wounds.
Good evening. There are new questions tonight about President Bush's service. CBS News has exclusive documents.
Several experts saying they're fake.
Was scandal-dubbed Rathergate rocked CBS News.
Our own mistakes, missteps, shortcomings, outright errors, and falsehoods, just sloppiness.
The New Republic fired Stephen Glass after learning he had made up facts. Patricia Smith making up quotes and characters. The Cincinnati Enquirer, after a series of articles the paper says were untrue.
I tell you, deep down in my gut, I think you're on a slide now. The incentives are ratings. The incentives are money. The incentives of fame. And if people don't trust the press, we are all in bad trouble.
I can't hear you anymore.
There's just mass confusion. There's paranoia. Who's actually trying to inform me about what's going on?
The decline of trust in the press isn't the product of the last 4 years, it's the product of the last 40.
When people are pounded night after night with that kind of frantic, hysterical reporting, it naturally shakes their confidence.
But the difference between Nixon and Trump is that Trump is so against the essential value of a free press that he feels he doesn't have to pay it any respect at all.
We've never been here before. The stakes of this, the enormity of this. We're not just covering a campaign. We're not just covering an election. And we're not just covering the aftermath of an election. We are covering a huge identity crisis. America trying to figure out what the heck it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Donald Trump.
Donald Trump was tapping into something, and that phenomenon was something to behold.
He was mesmerizing. And the Trump ratings bump was real, and it was a big deal.
Reporters and anchors found him very entertaining. And entertaining also meant higher ratings, and entertaining also meant more money.
He got the car crash coverage. You're like, where do you see what he's going to say next? Mr. Trump, welcome back to Meet the
John McCain, he's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you. They asked Ted Cruz, serious question, well, what do you think of waterboarding? Is it okay? And honestly, I thought he'd say absolutely, and he did. She just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out, because I don't want to... Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's a pussy. That's terrible. Terrible.
He was on television all the time. And the other candidates were in miseries.
Just one other thing, I got to get this off my chest. Donald Trump is a jerk.
Well, this is escalated between you and Mr. Bush.
Jeb is a weak and ineffective person.
This is a tough business to run for president.
I know. You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is principled. You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
Donald Trump today attempted to settle one of the more controversial issues of his campaign, his hair.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair. I swear.
I think that history will not look kindly at the way, particularly television news, covered the Trump candidacy.
Breaking news, Donald Trump's grand entrance. Trump arriving for a rally in Alabama in what can only be called true Trump fashion. In just a few minutes, Donald Trump will be speaking here.
The just completely unmediated access to the homes of millions and millions and millions of Americans really was a huge mistake.
We are standing by for Donald Trump. He'll be appearing at that rally in Mobile just moments away.
Donald Trump was the leading Republican almost from the start. So the leading contender is always going to get a disproportionate amount of attention.
Breaking news, Donald Trump about to address his largest crowd to date.
What's up, chat? What y'all got going on, man? Ask yourself who owns the high court.
I do want you to stay with us. Breaking news. We are live any minute now. While we wait for Trump, here is Jeannie Mose on how to put on a good Trump face.
Everybody's doing Donald. Not that Donald, the Donald.
So what? Donald Trump won the presidency based on popularity. That's all. just based on entertainment and popularity, man. Not on real policies, not on real concerns for Americans, just on fame, entertainment, and bullshit. That's it. That's it. The proof is in the pudding. Said that's who's in charge. That's who's in charge. Who owns the High Court? That's who's in charge. Gotcha.
That was fantastic. The ratings were huge.
You know, pointing a camera at something and keeping it there is technology. It's, you know, making sure the light is on.
A lot happening tonight. Right now, though, there is this.
That is just the start of things. You then have to report and dig and think and analyze. And I think that Jeff Zucker, among others, recognizes that there was way too much unadulterated, unmediated. I wouldn't even call it coverage. I was just sort of sticking a camera and pointing it and for the sake of ratings.
Yo, what the hell is this box truck doing, bro?
Candidates to come on, and almost all of them declined. Donald Trump said yes all the time. They said no almost all of the time.
Hillary Clinton said it's not hard to imagine Donald Trump leading us into war because someone got under his very thin skin.
Well, first of all, I don't have thin skin. I have very strong, very thick skin.
We begged Hillary Clinton, Jeb Bush, Marco Rubio, let us do an hour interview with you. We'll talk about everything. We'll tell your life story. All three of them turned us down.
And yet they want to believe that we still shouldn't have put Donald Trump on just because they were saying no. That's not the way it works. They had every opportunity to come on. They had every opportunity to do interviews. They had every opportunity to phone in, and they declined. That's not Donald Trump's fault. That's not CNN's fault. That's their fault.
There was an abdication of responsibility by particularly the cable news operators, to provide context.
Donald Trump is about to speak before a sold-out crowd.
It's endlessly entertaining, but as we wear on in this election cycle, people are going to look for answers, and I'm not sure he's got them.
In your experience, Josh, pause, everyone. Take it in. Donald Trump is taking the stage.
I love the people of Mexico. I love the Hispanics. Kanye West, I love him.
This notion that spectacle alone is acceptable political coverage is just bananas to me.
You can't be on 24/7 and, you know, have everything be perfect and have everybody like everything you do. But if you take a step back and you look at our campaign coverage through the year, I don't think anybody could hold a candle to our coverage, including our good friends in the print media who like to throw darts.
We are still getting details about a mass shooting in San Bernardino.
We are in pursuit of the suspect. We've got shots fired out the back window.
Who were they?
Sayed Rizwan Farouk. He was born in the U.S. and Tashfeen Malik.
We have 14 people that are confirmed dead. The two suspects are deceased.
A few days ago in California, we didn't have guns. The bad guys had the guns. Paris was like target practice. Come over here. Boom. Come over here. Boom. And how about the woman? She radicalized the guy. Probably a guy couldn't get women. I don't know what the hell his problem was.
At the rallies, there was always an undercurrent of being against the other. But the Muslim ban day, it felt electric. It felt like the room was, you know, just light a match and it was going to catch on fire.
It felt to me like a good night to lay low.
Why don't you get her out? See, our country has this kind of security. That's the problem.
And then he goes on an attack against the media.
These people back here, they're the worst. So dishonest. They don't want to show this crowd. And yet, I guarantee you, That young woman that just got taken out after interrupting us 3 times, I guarantee the cameras will be on her. I guarantee. It's disgusting.
And not just against the media, but attack against me personally.
The media, most of it is absolute scum. Remember that. Scum. Scum. That reporter from NBC, she's back there. Little Katie, she's back there.
Little Katie, she's back there. And the entire room turned at me and pointed and booed.
No, what a lie, Katie Turr.
It was extraordinarily unnerving.
Third-rate reporter. Remember that, third-rate. Third.
And then Donald Trump announces that he is going to ban all Muslims from coming into the country.
So listen, Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
His supporters had been with him up until that point. The question was, would they remain with him?
We have no choice.
And they would.
We have no choice.
And then standing up a few minutes later to do a live shot with Chris Matthews and, you know, having my back to the crowd, which is unnerving. Only thing between me and a few thousand people was a couple shoddy bicycle racks.
Is that a protester? Oh, good. Turn the cameras. I think the media is among the most dishonest groups of people I've ever met.
When Donald Trump turned on the press, it started to change at the rallies.
Security became a much bigger issue for our reporters than ever before.
In Chicago, the Donald Trump campaign called off a rally out of what they called safety concern.
A reporter says Trump's campaign manager grabbed her, nearly threw her to the ground.
I cannot even describe to you what it is like to be on the press riser when he says, everybody turn around and look at those horrible people back there, those dishonest people back there. And then to have all of these people turn around and start to jeer you.
By March or April, we had security full time everywhere we went, even standing outside of Trump Tower in New York City.
Hey, Auntie K, how you doing?
By that point in the campaign, Trump had been coming after me for 9 months.
Michael Cohen,
Trump's lawyer, had tweeted out, among other things, "We can gut her." There would be a crescendo in my life of threats and vitriol and difficulty every time Trump sent out a tweet. It had become very clear to me that he was not going to stop. It was never going away.
I'm doing good, Auntie. I'm surprised to see you up so late.
So I decided to try to make it stop myself. And I went to Trump Tower.
You met with Megyn Kelly today. How did that go?
For me, it felt like a hostage asking her captor to let her go. But he and I got to a place where we could coexist in a reasonable fashion. And I asked him for an interview for this special I was doing.
We need the interviews. So you do have conversations, and sometimes you make deals. I've railed against that for a very long time, but you do need them to show up.
There is a value in being the person who's engaging with Trump. Having people, email you and tweet at you that you're a whore is terrible. I think Trump has made a lot of people's careers.
been a long 9 months.
It has been a long time. I agree. I have great respect for you that you were able to call me and say, let's get together and let's talk. To me, I would not have done that.
When you look back, any regrets?
I could have done certain things differently. And overall, I have to be very happy with the outcome.
I have had conversations with the president privately to say, stop singling out people, because when you single out individuals, they get threats.
I started out on the campaign writing about the loser candidates. So they sent me to Iowa to write about Trump. Wasn't it incredible that this guy who'd been married 3 times, who'd been on the cover of Playboy, that seemed like he was about to win this famously conservative state. Trump had skipped the Fox News debate, held this fundraiser on television. They said he'd raised $6 million for veterans. And among that $6 million, $1 million, he said, was coming out of his own pocket. He's gotten so much good publicity for that. So, where's the money? Months later, I still couldn't account for about half of the money. And that included the $1 million that Trump said he was going to come out of his own pocket. Finally, Corey Lewandowski, who was Trump's campaign manager, called me. He says, okay, I can tell you now that Mr. Trump has given away his $1 million. Just trust me, Donald Trump gave this money away. Thank you. So I said, okay, I'll try to find somebody out in the world who got even $1. I decided I'd try to do that on Twitter. And so that a wider group of veterans would see that I was looking for this money, and also because I wanted Donald Trump to see it. And so I put @RealDonaldTrump in every one of those queries. Trump was watching, and that night he actually gave the money away. Trump called me to tell me that, and I said, well, did you just give this money away now because I was looking for it? That's when he called me a nasty guy. Said I should be ashamed of myself. But he didn't say no.
You yourself say you pledged $1 million.
Your critics say you have a problem with the truth. Is this a prime example? No, I raised almost $6 million. Some of it didn't come through, but it was very unfair that the press treated us so badly. And then we have to read probably libelous stories. The people know the stories are false.
You keep calling us the dishonest press, the disgusting press. It seems as though you're resistant to scrutiny, the kind of scrutiny that comes with running for president of the United States.
Trump had spent years living in the world where the media was publicity. The entertainment media reported in ways that he found generally pleasing. I mean, even when they reported on his affairs, it sort of made him seem like this real playboy. Entertainment Tonight's like, I come back 6 months later and figure out whether you actually gave the money to charity. This is a new relationship Trump is having with the media right then at this moment. He's realizing that this is not just publicity.
And he felt like he was turned on, even though it was same scrutiny that every other candidate gets when they're on the precipice of being the Republican nominee or any party nominee.
Is a question an attack? Is a question an attack?
I think the political press is among the most dishonest people that I've ever met. I'm going to continue to attack the press. Thank you very much.
When the media started demanding answers and looking into his background, and I think that changed the tenor for him.
I believe, actually, they are more crooked than crooked Hillary. I really do. She's been probably hacked. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
Does that not give you pause?
No, gives me no pause. If they have them, we might as well find. Hey, here's what gives me pause. Be quiet. I know you want to, save her.
All of the norms he violated, all of the rules that he broke, all of the ways in which he challenged the press. The message from that was, I am the disruptor that you've been waiting for.
The media is very, very dishonest.
He did not cause people's disenchantment with how government works and the feeling of whether it's working for them or not. He just activated those resentments and insecurities. And I think if we don't look at what those underlying factors were and we just looked at the skill with which he exploited them, then we're missing the story.
There's never been a movement like this. I want the entire corrupt Washington establishment to hear that we are going to drain the swamp. I love that expression. It's a great.
Everybody was watching, but they were watching a professional television performer. Today, television appears to be an instrument of entertainment. But when a CBS reporter named Edwin R. Murrow hired me in 1957, it was Murrow was worried about a person who emerged in 1950 from the Midwest, who suddenly decided that he didn't have to worry about the constraints of democracy. The only thing he had to do was to sell.
American politics. Senator McCarthy spoke of one party's treason. He accused civilian and military leaders of the past administration of a great conspiracy to turn over the country to communism.
The 3-in-1 that actually
Spoken like a real wannabe dictator.
it dissolves under his tongue, works in 15 minutes on it.
It's a finger-pointing palooza after the federal government shut down. Nearly every Senate Democrat voted against a Republican plan to open it back up, and now everyone says the other guy is to blame.
Democrats in Congress have officially shut down the United States government.
Democrats want to avert this crisis, but Republicans tried to bully us.
Chuck Schumer is listening to the far-left radicals in his own party.
Republican leadership is off playing make-believe in La La Land.
They prioritize taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens over keeping the government open for American citizens.
They don't even have the guts to be on Capitol Hill and debate us face to face.
They have taken the American people hostage.
If the women were in charge, we'd have done this by now.
Oh, sexist! President Trump already squeezing Chuck Schumer's state. The White House freezing $18 billion in New York City infrastructure funding. And DJT is warning the Dems that the shutdown layoffs could be irreversible.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like.
When you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected. And the Democrats, they're going to be Democrats.
Amid the shutdown drama, 47's been trolling the hell out of Dem leaders, slapping sombreros on Hakeem's head, shoving Trump 2028 hats in their faces, serving up Diet Cokes, and showing off Biden's auto pen portrait. Watch this.
When he tried to hand you that Trump 2028 hat, what was your reaction?
Well, actually, he did not try to hand Leader Schumer and I the Trump 2028 hat. They just randomly appeared in the middle of the meeting on the desk. It was the strangest thing ever. And I just looked at the hat, looked at J.D. Vance, who was seated to my left, and said, "Don't you got a problem with this?" And he said no comment.
Poor kids. It's not like they weren't trolling the Republicans for the last 10 years by calling us Hitler and Nazi. They can't take a sombrero. Lighten up, champ. Okay. That was my monologue for today. Okay, so these shutdowns happen with such regularity. It seems like it's not about the participants. It's about the system itself, Dana. And you're a systems thinker.
It's like they're taking Miralax.
Yes, exactly. When the government shuts down, the consequences are felt by the citizens and not the shutdowners.
So,
shouldn't that be reversed?
Yes. Okay. So let's go back just a little ways. Trip down memory lane.
Mm-hmm.
In October of 1995, at the first government shutdown, that was my first day on the job on Capitol Hill working as a press secretary. Didn't know if I was essential or not. It was a big deal. It was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And it lasted a long time. There were headlines everywhere. This is Newt Gingrich. This is actually Mark Penn, who a lot of people see on this program. He was advising Bill Clinton at the time. He said, "Let the Republicans do. We will win this." And they felt like they did.
Damn, where was I at in 1995?
Then you have a situation.
1995. I was 4 years old. I had no clue about no damn government shutdown in 1995. Apparently, that was the first government shutdown ever. Is that accurate? I don't know how true that is, y'all. Was 1995 the first government shutdown in history? Really? 1995? That was the first one? I mean, that's 30 years ago. I don't know how true that is. You don't remember? You know I don't remember. I don't remember at all. But yeah, we're in a partial government shutdown, I believe, right now. We're in a partial government shutdown because Democrats and Republicans can't come together on the DHS funding and of course they're going to point the finger at each other. Um, but I mean, and just to stay centered in the whole thing, I understand where uh, Democrats are coming from on this whole issue, because they're banking on what the American people are wanting to see too from DHS. They're wanting to see these ICE agents and these Border Patrol agents. They wanted to see these guys remove the face mask from off their face and stop. If you're gonna go into these cities and look for the worst of the worst or whatever, or go after criminals, or go after illegal immigrants, or whatever the case may be, if you're gonna interact with the public, American citizens, why are you wearing a face mask? Why? Remove the face mask from your agents, and go around like regular law enforcement officers, federal agents. I mean, you're sitting there in urban cities. You guys are not overseas in a war zone. You're dealing with American citizens. Remove the face mask. That's just one example. We have a message held for review. Somebody says, balls. Gotcha. What's up, Doc?
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you.
Forget the men who died. We were way up in Pennsylvania, and there was only 2% of the vote left. And we were way up. If I lost every vote, we would have won the state of Pennsylvania. And the fake news refused to call it, right? They refused to call it. So here was the story by the fake news. The president was 15 minutes late for the Queen. Wrong. And then here's the rest of the story. No, here's the rest. Here's the rest of the story. So they said I was late when I was actually early. Number one. Number two, I guess the meeting was scheduled for 15 minutes, and it lasted for almost an hour. The president overstayed. So I was late and I overstayed, and honestly, folks, it was such a beautiful, beautiful visit and afternoon. But they can make anything bad because they are the fake, disgusting news. But I got along great with them. And everybody said, wow, that was great. A couple of hours later, I started hearing these reports that, they wanted me to walk up. Here's a podium here. They wanted me to walk up and go like this. They wanted me to go up and have a boxing match. I said, whatever happened to diplomacy? And by the way, whatever happened to diplomacy? I used to study, not too much, diplomacy. I said, whatever happened to getting everything you want? Now, some you have to be rough, some you have to be nice, but whatever happened? And let me tell you, if I did go up and start screaming, they would have said, he was terrible. He was so rude. It was horrible. His performance was horrible. Whatever happened to fair press? Whatever happened to honest reporting? The best example is the number one political issue of our time. The critics say Donald Trump.
Donald Trump he's just not. Look, they should put a stamp on Donald Trump's. Anytime he have a rally, a meeting, a hearing, or any White House hearing, whatever the case may be, right? They should have a stamp by his name that says entertainment purposes only. Literally, entertainment purposes only. Because that's really how he maintained his core fan base. This is all about fandom for Donald Trump. This is all about entertainment for Donald Trump. That's literally the only reason why. Sherry, hello Sherry. How you doing, Sherry? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Um, that's the only reason Donald Trump won the presidency, because he was able to use his fame, right? He was able to use his fame and personality, right? And people um, got bit. They got bit by the entertainment portion of his of presidency. Like, right? They didn't. Um, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this. Right? His fandom, his fame won him the presidency. I'll just say it like that. His fame won him the presidency. It ain't because of his intellect. It ain't because of his policies, right? It's because of his fame and repeated talking points that appealed to a lot of people that sort of thought the way that he thought, in terms of immigration, in terms of racism, in terms of how they felt about other people. They just didn't want to come out and say it. So when he started really harping on a lot of those things in terms of immigration, talking about Mexico, you know, and believe it or not, I can't believe a lot of Latino and Black voters fell for the whole rhetoric too in his second term, especially when he started, saying things. He started. Kanye West started supporting him. He started utilizing a lot of celebrities. Like right now, he's trying to use Nicki Minaj to appeal to Black voters. You know, even though I don't feel like you have to, because there's no Trump 2028. Like they can just stop. They can stop with that whole narrative, right? Trump 2028 is not gonna happen. It can't happen. It's impossible. It's not gonna happen. But yet people still say it. We still hear people say it and see people put it in the chat, because that was an actual thing that they were saying. That's an actual thing that the conservatives were saying. Trump 2028. So no, you're right. He don't need Nicki Minaj because he can't have a third term anyway. So he can't have a third term anyway. So you're right. He don't need Minaj. You're right. But I mean, he's not well respected anymore. People are starting to pick up what he's putting down. Right? People are starting to realize a lot of Republicans are mad. They're retracting their vote. Well, they can't retract their vote, but they're regretting their votes. Right? A lot of Republicans are regretting that they voted for him. They're picking up what he's doing. Right? He's not respected anymore on a global scale. Everyone is starting to pick up that he's a clown. Hey, Mama Duck. Alrighty. Even right here, we're gonna watch a video when he was speaking to the United Nations. Just pay attention to just. I wish you guys could see the video, but even these global leaders, like they're just like, what? Like, the fuck is he talking about? Where's the video? Where's the video? And it's so crazy to see JD Vance switch up too, right? Because JD Vance used to heavily criticize Donald Trump. He used to heavily criticize Donald Trump. He didn't like his rhetoric. He didn't like how he talked about different people. But just listen to JD Vance right now. From 2016 JD Vance to 2026 JD Vance. Listen to this.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw
recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the president of the United States about that.
It's so funny to hear JD Vance say that, because in past interviews, JD Vance was heavily critical of Donald Trump. And he even before said that we shouldn't take Donald Trump serious, right? JD Vance have in the past said that he can't take Donald Trump serious. But all of a sudden now, when Donald Trump say racist things or make racist jokes, or now JD Vance is saying what? Oh, it's funny. It's funny. It's just jokes. It's funny. It's crazy to see how they switch up and take on the personality of entertainment of Donald Trump's personality, his character. It's funny to see that. It's funny to see that, y'all. How they switch up like that. It's crazy work. It's crazy work.
The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through.
That's a lie.
But what took place is totally...
That's a lie. People are still getting through the borders, and drugs are still getting through the border. That's a fact. If you don't believe me, look at the recent arrests in LA, Tacoma, Washington, in Texas. A lot of the fentanyl that they catching coming into the country. Fentanyl, whatever, however you say it. These hard drugs are still being pushed through the borders, chat. They're still getting in. People are still getting through the borders. So he lied when he said that it's totally over with. He lied.
A year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble.
It's funny to see he's talking to these world leaders at the UN. It's funny to hear him tell other people that they are destroying their countries. I mean, what is he doing right now to our country? What is he doing to our country right now? Is he dividing or unifying our country, y'all? Is he dividing or unifying the United States of America? Which one is he doing? So it's crazy to hear him sit there in front of these world leaders and tell them that their country is failing, like the United States is thriving. You gonna tell them your country's failing, but our country is divided on a very, very high level right now. And who's the president? You're the president, sir. In your administration, your approval rate has fallen under 50%. Hell, under 40%, your approval rate has fallen. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy the things that come out of his mouth, the things that he say, as if he has it all together. It's wild work. Wild work.
They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything, where migrants have violated laws, large false.
What countries y'all think he's talking about, chat? I want to know what countries y'all think he's talking about. Y'all think he's talking about every country, every nation? What nations y'all think he's speaking to? He gonna tell you right here in just a moment. Right? He gonna tell you exactly who he's talking to. Right? European nations. That's who he's talking to. That's it. The European ally nations. That's it. What he really saying is we got to stop allowing all these different people to come into our countries, right? Bringing their religion and their traditions into our white culture. That's what and that's what he's really saying. That's what he's really saying, y'all. All of these different people coming into our country, bringing their religion, their traditions, their culture. It's overshadowing white culture. And we know that's what he's saying because one of his nominees, who we will play here in a minute, Jeremy Carl, right, is somebody that Donald Trump is endorsing right now. If you guys don't know that, you need to look it up. Donald Trump is endorsing this guy who is a blatant racist, and he'll tell you straight out his mouth that he's a racist. Right, right. But he's about to tell you exactly which country he's talking about that needs to keep out immigrants from coming into your country. He's about to tell you right now.
They're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities,
Proud
and their
nations.
societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before with different customs, religions, with different everything, where migrants have violated laws. Large false societies were there, and they built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before with different customs, religions, with different everything, where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons. They should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024,
that's another lie.
50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53%.
Germany.
Of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%.
Here you go, Greece.
Switzerland, beautiful
Switzerland.
72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. Shoot, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff.
This is a strategy they're using too. That's the strategy. I want to read what Mama Duck said. Hold on. Mama Duck said, fun fact, when Sweden started international adoptions, was about making Sweden getting used to see I can't read it. I'm sorry. My screen is too bumpy right now. Hopefully the chat doesn't move too fast, but I can't read it. My road is too bumpy. But you hear the same thing, right? They make it seem like illegal immigration is causing the most crime around the European nations, right? Especially like over here in the United States, right? They're harping on illegal immigration and they're saying they're going after the worst of the worst, but they make it seem like illegal immigrants make up the most percentage of each crime in the United States. Like they'll make it seem like these guys are just committing crimes on a large scale here in the United States. Like it's just, and it's not even that. It's not even like it's a very low percentage of illegal immigration actually committing a lot of crimes in the United States. They're committing crimes, but not on a large scale like they're making it out to be. And you see how he's talking about Germany, he's talking about Austria, he's talking about Greece, Switzerland, and saying that he's giving out these high percentage of prisoners in their prison that are illegal immigrants. That's the rhetoric. But really, truthfully, It's the traditions and the way of life that different people bring to the United States or to these other countries that they don't like. And that's what they really want to get rid of, right? You heard the video earlier where he said we got to get the Muslims out of our country. We got to remove Muslims away from the United States. You heard what he said. And that's the real uh, yeah, I'll have to read it when I get on the flat road. But that's the real playbook right there. The real playbook is we don't want these different customs and traditions inside of our country, right? We want people to assimilate to our way of life, our traditions, our religion, or they got to go. But we're going to play on it like these people are committing most of the crimes. They're committing a lot of crimes in the United States. They're committing all of the crimes in Switzerland. They're committing all of the crimes in Austria. They're committing all of the crimes in Greece. So when he's at this United Nation meeting, he's speaking to European nations. He's making sure that every European country are on the same page when it comes to immigration. We must maintain our whiteness. We must maintain our white traditions, our white culture. It must remain to be a dominant force. We can't allow too many immigrants to enter into our nations because it's going to water down our way of life and our dominance. It's going to water down our population. That's really what he's trying to say. That's really what he's trying to say. That's really what he's trying to say.
So, your country's inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. Where is that? What in the hell is going on here?
We're going to start with the latest headlines coming.
Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat, man. Y'all know it's bumpy. I'm trying to make sure. Sorry. What's up? I see Zaza name in there. I can't read anything at the moment though. I'm almost at my destination. I can't really read everything. This road's so damn bumpy. Zaza, Auntie K, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening? We almost at the destination though. We are almost at the destination. Yay.
Hold up. And yet, when Donald Trump lies or cheats or bullies somebody or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls service members who died in battle losers, when he calls our fellow citizens vermin, people make excuses for it. He's making a joke. He doesn't mean it. It's okay. The attitude is it's okay as long as their side wins. And I've noticed this especially with some men who think Trump's behavior is somehow a sign of strength. You never apologize for anything. You're not accountable for anything. I'm here to tell you that's not what real strength is. Never has been. Real strength's about working hard. Real strength's about taking responsibility for your actions. Real strength's about telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. That's what we should want for our daughters and our sons. That's what I want in the President of the United States. And the good news is, Wisconsin, that you have candidates to vote for in this election who have demonstrated that kind of character, who have demonstrated that kind of strength, who will set a good example, who will do the right thing. They won't be perfect. They will not solve all your problems. There will still be issues out there that we have to address, but they will lead this country better than they found it. That's the choice in this election. It is not just policies that are on the ballot. It is who we are and what we stand for. So whether this election is making you feel excited or scared or hopeful or frustrated or anything in between, do not sit back and hope for the best. Do a distraction or a joke. Get off your couch and do what? Put down your phones and do what? Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. Vote for Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. Vote for Tammy Baldwin and this whole incredible Wisconsin Democratic section. Get your family and friends and neighbors and co-workers. Choose your character.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document.
We're going to start with the latest headlines coming out of the U.S. Capitol. So bringing out this live image of the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C. Another shutdown for parts of the federal government has begun as a fight over proposed restrictions on President Trump's immigration enforcement agenda drags on. Funding for the Department of Homeland Security expired on Saturday, and Democrats say they will not help approve more money until the new limits are placed on federal immigration operations after the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy and Renee Good in Minneapolis last month. Now, that reporting is courtesy of the Associated Press. The author of that report is Meg Kennard, who joined us now. Meg, good to have you.
Hey, good to be back with you.
All right, so let's just start with the basics here. What are Democrats asking for in terms of immigration enforcement to help fund the government, and how would that change things in practical terms?
There are a number of things on Democrats' wish list that they want to see happening at Department of Homeland Security before they say they're willing to approve further funding. Among those things are a code of conduct for the officers who would be on the ground in cities like Minneapolis conducting some of these enforcement actions on the immigration side that we saw playing out in recent weeks. Also, there are more specific things like requiring that agents not be able to mask themselves. That's been a big point of contention, especially in Minneapolis during the recent enforcement actions that have now just officially ended as of a couple of days ago. So those are some of the specifics, but writ large, we've heard from Democrats on Capitol Hill and across the country saying that they really want to see more accountability at Department of Homeland Security. For some, that's playing out in calls for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign. But for others, it's more of a broad critique of the leadership at the department, saying that that's what's led to some of the incidents of violence, including those shootings that you mentioned. So there's kind of a grab bag of different things the Democrats are wanting, but a lot of it boils down to those very heated confrontations that we've seen in Minneapolis.
Now, Meg, President Trump already secured tens of billions of dollars in funding for CBP and ICE operations. So what leverage do Democrats actually have at this point?
It's a really good point, because you're right. As of the Tax Cuts and Jobs bill that was passed through last year, a lot of that funding is actually keeping the department going. So it's not necessarily a question of shutting down, and not that meaning that agents can't be on the ground doing their work. That's already paid for. But now this maybe does create a bit of a bigger, broader moment of leverage for Democrats to be able to say, okay, well, what we're doing in terms of holding up this funding measure from passing through is not necessarily impeding the department. So now we can kind of take this, I don't want to use the word symbolic, because I don't mean to imply that it's not incredibly important, but to take more of a moment to say, okay, we're not really hampering the functionality of the agency and the various work that agents are doing on the ground. But we are going to plant our flag and say that we're not going to officially approve that appropriation for the department until some of these needs that we want as Democrats are met. So it's not really something that we as Americans are seeing necessarily. The department is functioning. If this goes on, there could be more ramifications in places like airports, because TSA is also part of Homeland Security. And we've seen in shutdowns past that the longer things go on, some of those workers may not show up if their paychecks aren't met. And that could be something that we as Americans are seeing. But it's kind of a broader, more holistic approach that Democrats are taking to say, this is our moment. We're not really hindering the department from doing its actual work, but we do have an opportunity to keep these things on our wish list until some of them are met.
And we're going to touch on these different departments, DHS, TSA, also FEMA, in just a bit. But first, I want to take us out to a couple of social media posts from leadership within Congress and their reaction. This post from House Speaker Mike Johnson saying, here we go again, the new Democrat shutdown, this time of the Department of Homeland Security, will hit some very important programs like FEMA, disaster response, TSA security lines, and Coast Guard operations. That means delayed disaster aid, airport chaos, and weakened law enforcement. Democrats are once again risking public safety just to stage a pointless political stunt. We also have a social media post from Hakeem Jeffries. He says this: immigration enforcement should be fair, just, and humane, not violent or brutal. ICE has gone way too far, and the American people know it. Meg, take us back a little bit, though. Why was DHS funding separated from that broader government funding package?
I mean, you got the
Well, as we go back, it seems like,
I mean, they know the playbook, man. They know the game. I mean, of course, the Democrats are gonna capitalize on any moment they can. The midterms are coming up. You know, and I hate to say it, but the Democrats are gonna capitalize on what's happening, or what happened, and what's currently happening in Minnesota. Right? They're gonna capitalize on that. Why? Because they want the votes coming up in the midterms. Right? They're gonna make a lot of this stuff a point of emphasis, and they're gonna continue to be on the Republicans' neck about it. DHS funding, right? Federal agents removing masks, you know, um, training, use of force. These are the words that are being conveyed by Democrats over and over and over and over to the Republicans right now, with this whole government shutdown thing happening right now. And I get it. They're trying to, I get it. They have the leverage. Chuck Schumer has the leverage. Hakeem Jeffries have the leverage. Democrats have the leverage. That's just facts. They're just facts. And if Republicans, if Tom Homan, Donald Trump, if they don't tone it down, that's why we saw Donald Trump come out and say what? We're gonna soften up immigration in Minnesota, right? They got punched in the stomach. They had to back up and regroup. They had to back up and regroup, y'all. That's why they pulling out what? They say they're gonna pull out they're gonna pull away from Minnesota. It was too much going on. They're worried about they're not that's the crazy part, chat. A lot of people a lot of people think that these people are worried about the American people. They're not worried about the American people per se. They're worried about the midterms, right? They didn't put they didn't pull like they didn't come out of Minnesota because of the protests, right? They didn't come out of Minnesota because the protests or Tim Walz, did an interview and was like, "You better get up out of my state." That ain't why they pulled away. They pulled away because they need to regroup. They need to regroup. The midterms, they need to win. They need to win the House, the Senate, all the way through. Right? Yeah. So the Democrats, uh, truth be told, they're winning the chess match right now. They're winning the chess match. And if things don't change, if the Republicans don't take a different direction, and Democrats will win this chess match come November. They will win it. Public perspective is everything.
Seems like all we've talked about lately has been shutdowns. But in some of the most recent conversations between President Trump and these congressional Democratic leaders in trying to get the big shutdown that we all talked about a lot last year, in getting that through, there was an agreement to separate out some of the funding for a couple of different agencies. You remember earlier this month when we were dealing with another, thankfully very brief shutdown, that was dealing with funding for 6 different entities, DHS among them. And so there have been these...
The secret to lasting longer in bed. Problem A, my husband used to finish way too fast. It left him in bed.
Kind of subsequent and incremental carve-outs for some of that funding because Democrats have been upset about it for some time. And there was an agreement from President Trump and the negotiators at the White House to say, okay, in the greater effort of getting more funding across the board for the federal government through, we will agree to separate out this Homeland Security funding, debate that later, push it out for a couple of weeks, which is how we ended up with this past Friday being that deadline. That was 2 weeks after the initial conversations about this. An agreement to continue that conversation, but in the interest of funding other parts of the government, let's go ahead and allow Congress to debate on those measures separately and then keep this Department of Homeland Security conversation until the end. We see this all the time in shutdowns. There's a phrase used often, kicking the can down the road, which is what a lot of it amounts to, an agreement to have another conversation in the effort of passing something that will at least fund the government in some part in that moment. So we are now in the future moment of the ramification of that conversation, of having agreed to split out Homeland Security funding in the interest of funding other agencies that are now good through this September 30th. So this is a part of that, but now we are seeing in this moment with the high levels of frustration on the Democratic side, and as you noted from Speaker Johnson on the Republican side, the attempt to say, well, this is Democrats' fault, why we're here, why do they want to make America less safe, essentially. That's the moment that we're in. And so potentially, hopefully, with Operation Enforcement ending in Minneapolis, that could bring the temperature down around these conversations. But at least from, as you note, from Hakeem Jeffries and other Democratic leaders, what we're not hearing is a ratcheting back of their rhetoric as well. And so that could portend in this next week when Congress isn't even around, so they can't vote on any potential deal that would be reached, but there could continue to be conversations and negotiations. So when members of Congress come back to the Capitol, maybe there will be a moment in that after a week has passed of being at home, hearing from their constituents, conversations continuing, maybe to come back to Washington and have some sort of...
I mean, we're going to keep hearing Republicans say the Democrats are responsible, right? They have to keep up that narrative every time because, I mean, they're really banking on public persuasion right now. They are. The Republicans are really banking on that. They need it. In the height of what's happening right now across the United States and what's already happened this year alone, they need to persuade the public as much as they can to believe that the Democrats are the ones who are shutting down the country. The Democrats are doing this. The Democrats are doing that. They have to point the finger over and over and over and over. But we all know the American people are not stupid. We're not stupid. We see what's happening. We see with our own two eyes what's going on. We know. We know. And that's why I believe Democrats, I mean, if they can stay on their neck about this entire, this DHS funding, all of this stuff, immigration, doing the right thing, if they can stay on their neck, they could possibly have a success here coming November during the midterms. They could possibly do it because Donald Trump, I mean, we can count on Donald Trump to shoot himself in the foot over and over and over and over, right? He's just going to keep doing that. And the people that he have in place, Christy Gnomes, I'm gonna tell he better fire Pam Bundy. He better fire her or convince her to resign very soon. Even with that whole House meeting that they just had with her, it just didn't look good for Republicans. A lot of Republicans are coming out and saying, man, Pam Bundy and what she just did in that hearing it made Republicans look so bad. So bad. He better fire her like this week. Because I don't know if you guys been looking at your algorithm, but my algorithm been blowing up with this Pam Bundy bullshit. It's been blowing up. It's been blowing up, and it's not making them look any good at all. So another thing, you got the State of the Union address coming up in 2 weeks. You got that coming up. Christy Nome has a meeting coming up in 3 weeks as well. They got that coming up. So Republicans, they got a lot to do in the coming weeks. They got a lot to do, a lot of convincing to do. But I believe they'll continue to shoot themselves in the foot though. Why? Because they're not smart people. They're just not. They're not wise. They're just not wise to see it. They're not wise to see it. They're gonna keep shooting themselves in the foot. And eventually it's gonna hurt them in the midterms. He's not gonna fire anyone. Okay. You're fired. The you're fired guy is not gonna fire anyone, chat. Not gonna fire anyone.
I want to talk a little bit about the workers that are going to be seeing these impacts, obviously with DHS, with TSA. Have unions representing these workers made any statements about this shutdown?
There have been some comments coming out to say, look, we support our workers. We understand that this is a political conversation, but in terms of wanting to see our members paid, to not have those paychecks delayed, that's an increasing point of frustration among the federal workforce and the unions that represent a lot of those employees. Let's not forget, it was just a year ago that a lot of these employees were dealing with DOGE and the different cuts that were coming out of that, the broad measures moving through the federal government to try to cut down on the size of it. And so we've been hearing a lot from these organizations over the past year, this first year of the second Trump administration, and seeing that they feel that their employees are continuing to be affected. So if this does drag on, if TSA workers are still showing up on the job but not getting paid, if they continue, if they do miss paychecks, and if that goes on for a while, then that conversation will continue. And that's another point of pressure into the conversation, because this represents a very large sector of.
Pam Bundy is doing what Trump want her to do, but she's not doing what the American people want her to do. She's doing what the Republican Party want her to do. Not, I can't even say that though. I can't even say she's doing what the Republican Party want her to do, because so many Republicans are coming out and criticizing her as well. But that's why I said Donald Trump is a dumbass. He's a dumbass because it's going to affect midterm elections for the Republicans. It's not a smart move. It's not a smart move at all. I mean, his approval rate is too low to be playing games like that. It's too low. It's too low. It's not like his approval rate is just well over 50%, like sitting at 70% right now nationwide approval rate. No. We just had a group of guys in the chat earlier that went and researched, just brought in like different research engines, different polls from different places, and his approval rating is sitting at like an average 35% nationwide. On average, at least 35% on average out of every poll. So the Republicans are playing with fire right now, chat. They're playing with fire. So yeah, he can keep Pam Bundy all he wants. Yeah, he can keep her. But she's only going to continue to make a fool of herself and the Republican Party. To the point where they're going to end up fucking losing doing horrible in the midterms. Horrible.
Of American employees, and they've been through a lot. And so I don't think that we're going to see a quieting of that conversation. If anything, it's going to get louder.
FEMA is another agency that is going to be seeing these impacts. Are there any active disaster responses right now that are going to be possibly delayed or negatively impacted because of the shutdown?
We're not in a moment, thankfully, right now that we have been at some points in the past where a shutdown is coming, like when we had a massive winter storm and lingering summer.
They're criticizing Pam Bundy for how she handled the Epstein files. They're criticizing Kristi Noem for how she's handling immigration, how she handled the whole Minnesota situation with CPB, with immigration custom enforcement, right? It's a big thing. Those two women are taking the fall. They're gonna take the fall for Donald Trump. Kristi Noem and Pam Bundy. They're gonna, at the end of the day, everyone is gonna blame those two women right there, because those are the most important things that are happening right now in the United States: immigration and the Epstein files. The two most popular. Hold on. the two most popular things right now that are happening in the United States are the Epstein files and immigration. And who's sitting at the center? Who's sitting at the front of those two? Christy Gnomes and Pam Bundy. They're going to take the fall. They're going to be the ones who get fired and criticized for those two things. Uh,
Summer storms for which the damage cleanup is still happening. We're not in that moment right now, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I'm not trying to be fatalistic and warning and saying, oh no, that we're setting up for a horrible situation here. But that is something that FEMA is always being asked about. You know, we see hurricanes come through. I live in South Carolina, and we're always in hurricane zone basically until the end of November, all through the summer. And when those storms do come through in areas like this and others, it's not just a moment
right,
where, you know,
Mama Duck. Ooh, Mama Duck dropping facts over there, Sherry. Right. He said, what did Pam Bundy do that was so wrong? What she did was she mishandled the Epstein files. She mishandled them uh very, very unprofessionally, very suspiciously too. Like how the hell you redact everybody's name that you needed to redact in terms of these government officials, these top officials, right? You made sure to redact those names, but when it came to the victim, right, somehow you dropped the ball and released survivors and victims' name, address, and phone numbers, right? How did she do that? How did she do that? Somehow, some way, their information got out there. Hmm. 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 Interesting.
Their response. That's a lingering situation. It goes on for a very long time afterward, even if the headlines drop and people aren't necessarily paying attention to it elsewhere. So it's kind of a situation where people are looking at FEMA and expecting them to always be ready for something, and that's exactly why they're there. But in this moment, when the funding starts to become a question and there are concerns about if the agency isn't necessarily ready were something to happen, that's always a concern. And we are starting to see that bubble up, particularly with the criticism that's come in lately of Homeland Security Secretary Noem, that she
There
is
it
also
is.
in charge of FEMA. And there are some who feel that they haven't seen enough of her when it comes to things like the recent winter storm that roiled a lot of parts of the country. There was a concern among some that they just weren't seeing enough from her because she was dealing with DHS and the situation in Minneapolis and so many other things. So it's a multi-tentacled situation for sure, but FEMA is a very important part of that.
Meg, we are in an election year. How is this shutdown going to impact, how may it impact public opinion as a lot of people are going to work to head toward the polls coming up in a few months?
Sure. Well, hopefully this situation with the current shutdown won't be prolonged. That's always the hope when we come into these sorts of conversations.
That's because she's following Donald Trump. She's following Donald Trump leadership instead of just focusing on what she's supposed to focus on, and that's the overseeing of all of her departments. Right? She's losing sight on FEMA because she's too concerned about what Donald Trump is trying to do in Minnesota. That's why I said these women gonna take the fall for Donald Trump. His ignorance, his stupidity, his poor leadership. That right there alone should show y'all how poor his leadership skills are. Because he would allow his women in position, or not even just his women in position. He will allow his people in position to lose sight and lose focus of what they're supposed to be doing to lead their particular department, to focus on something else, to focus on his big issues, his messaging, all because he want to look good, all because he want to go down in history for doing this and doing that, all just to build up his ego. That's it. Wild work. Wild work. Wild work.
And moments of grinding to a halt for some pieces of the federal government. So hopefully that won't continue to drag on. But you're right that we are going to see voters starting when the early voting is already happening in some places. But in terms of the primaries that are going to really determine the cadence for those of us like me who cover politics year in and year out, that's really going to start ramping up in the beginning of March. And so if these conversations continue to happen, if there isn't something more sustained to really deal with funding for entities like Department of Homeland Security and all of the things under its huge umbrella, then that is going to provide a space for there to be political debate. It's certainly, this is going to come up. We are going to hear a lot about immigration enforcement actions from both major political parties throughout all of the political debate this year. I don't think that just even if there is a funding deal that really gets everything handled as soon as Congress comes back, the issue is not going to go away. But the more that this is prolonged and when there is a place for people who have disagreed on these issues to point to say, look, you know, let's pretend it's the Democrats. We as Democrats believe so strongly that we wanted to bring more accountability into DHS that we were willing to go out on a political limb and do this, you know, for you, our constituents. That's an argument that I think we're going to hear from quite a few people who are running for re-election and for election this fall. And on the part of Republicans, they'll have an opportunity to say, we are helping President Trump enforce his agenda, all of the things that he promised you as voters he would try to do in office. He is getting them done. And the only way that we as a Republican Party can get them done is by standing up for what you, the voters, have told us that you want. Now, another important thing to remember is we are seeing public opinion polling now that's coming in, having been done in the wake of the death that you mentioned of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And some of what we're hearing is a little bit of doubt from even those within the Republican Party who consider themselves Republican voters to say, okay, well, maybe we're kind of tired of this and we really don't love the way that this has gone and we are willing to maybe move on. Immigration was a huge winning issue for President Trump when he came back into the White House.
Right.
And for Republicans writ large across the board. And now that some of the enforcement actions have really not been as well received all across the board holistically by Republicans, then that does provide another space for Democrats who are seeking to take control of Congress in this midterm election year to really try to make their argument as to, okay, well, overall you like immigration reform, but you don't love some of the specifics, then this shutdown will give Democrats an opportunity to point to where they really will argue that they've stood up for all of that for the voters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mike, I do just have one final
I completely
question.
agree.
What should the public be looking out for in terms of indicators and so that they can gauge how serious this shutdown?
See, I get why some people voted for Donald Trump. It was a lie. But he promised to take on a broken system. And even before Trump came along, America had one of the most corrupt political systems in the Western world. Members of Congress
could be caught.
Like I said, hopefully it doesn't continue on and become something that we're still talking about in weeks and weeks. But for those of us like me who travel all the time, in and out of airports, oftentimes in shutdowns, that's where we as Americans, not employees of the federal government, that's a lot of times where we see those direct impacts. Everyone will get paid after the funding measures are approved and put into place, but there could be missed paychecks for those TSA workers who are scanning us all through and ensuring that people who are traveling are who they say they are. And so the longer that these situations go on, we do often see a lot of absences among that workforce, and that we can still eventually get on our flights, but that can lead to delays and long lines and a lot of frustration, and travel is already tough. So for those of us who are out and about and trying to get to places, that could be somewhere that we're seeing impacts. It's really important to remember, and I try to include this in any reporting that I'm doing around shutdowns, is to note for people what's not affected.
Y'all might think I'm crazy, man, but I always get this. My GPS always give me the wrong directions right here. Every single time. Every single time I was supposed to keep to the left, but every time I come this way, I get confused because my GPS tell me to go keep right, but I'm supposed to actually keep left. So that's my GPS. But I got to start. I don't come to this particular store all the time, um, because Kansas City has about 4 or 5 different stores. So I don't come to this store every time. But my GPS tricks me every time, and I still don't get it. I still don't get it. I don't get it. I'm not even mad right now at this point. I'm not even mad. I'm just gonna hit a quick little U-turn. That's it. Just hit a U-turn and just go back the other way. That's all I can do at this point. I swear, y'all. That same spot gets me every time. Every time I have to do a U-turn, and I still haven't figured it out. I swear. It's wild. Oh, someone told you to jump off a bridge. Oh man. Michael, what's up, Michael? What's up, Mike? Mike? How you feeling, brother? How you feeling? Get them lights up to 30, y'all. Get them lights up to 30. We almost there. Almost there. Almost at 30 likes. Almost at 30 likes.
It's really important to remember, and I try to include this in any reporting that I'm doing around shutdowns, is to note for people what's not affected. Unlike what we dealt with last fall in the 43-day record shutdown, this shutdown...
He said I gotta get back on track. Yep. Gotta get back on track. Gotta get back on track. I mean, missing that turn ain't gonna. It didn't put me behind or anything. It didn't put me behind. It's just a quick little U-turn. The I did what I was told. The favorite excuse for fascists being fascists. Damn. This video is almost over. That was a good video. That's a good breakdown of what she on her opinions on the government shutdown.
does not affect SNAP benefits. It does not affect food assistance programs. So that was a big piece that we did. We saw a lot of impact when people were missing those benefits and weren't able to access them. That's not part of this. And so I think equally as important as talking about what we are seeing is reiterating what we're not going to be seeing. There will certainly, if this does continue, be some effects, particularly for those of us who are traveling. But in terms of SNAP and the other government-funded programs that people rely on every single day just to assist them and their families, that's not going to be something that we're seeing. And so I think that's just really important to remember.
Matt Kennard with the Associated Press, thank you so much for providing this in-depth analysis of what everyone should know about this current government shutdown. And of course, we are going to keep checking in with you to see how this all progresses.
Call me anytime. Always good to be with you.
All right, thanks. You take care.
I want you all to know that we are fighting the fake news. It's fake, phony, fake. A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are. They are the enemy of the people. because they have no sources. They just make them up when there are none. They're very dishonest people.
Yesterday's networks just won't meet the
Yeah, it's so funny to hear him call anybody dishonest. So funny. So funny.
Joining me now, we have New Hampshire Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander. She serves on the House Armed Services and Small Business Committees, and we welcome you back to the broadcast. So, Congresswoman, you have Democrats who are demanding just basic law enforcement conditions to fund DHS. No masked agents, judicial warrants, higher training standards, real oversight they want. And polls show majorities of Americans now see ICE as out of control and also want reform. Will Democrats refuse to fund DHS until there are enforceable guardrails on federal immigration officers?
Alex, thanks so much for having me. And the answer to that is yes. What we are asking for is entirely reasonable, and it is consistent with what the vast majority of Americans want to see. Guardrails that are going to ensure that ICE operates with the kind of professionalism, the kind of transparency, and with the kind of accountability that I see in my local law enforcement all across the state of New Hampshire and across the country. Right now, DHS, ICE, and CBP, they're making America less safe. And I have no higher priority than to keep our communities safe. And that is what we are pressing for, reasonable guardrails that will achieve just that.
How do Republicans justify ICE agents wearing masks when you have police, you got sheriff, you got state law enforcement across this country who don't? I mean, what is the difference if any and all law enforcement work can bring retribution?
I have not yet heard a good answer to this. Look, what we've put forward are truly reasonable and proven methods that we see in our local law enforcement all across this country and that have worked. Public safety depends on public trust, and public trust becomes impossible when you don't have the kind of professionalism, transparency, and accountability that the American people deserve and that the American people need in order to keep our communities safe. And so when we're living in a moment in which masked agents are shooting American citizens dead in broad daylight, we have a huge problem that we can and must fix.
Yeah. Republicans are...
Can't ignore it. We can't ignore it. It won't be ignored. We can't forget it, and it won't be forgotten. I hope y'all heard that. We cannot ignore it. It won't be ignored. We cannot forget, and it won't be forgotten. What happened this year? What happened in Minnesota? What happened with the federal government, the federal agents, and the American people? What happened to those people being shot down in the street under the hands and under this administration? It won't be forgotten. Come this November, midterms, it won't be forgotten. It will not be forgotten. Nobody will forget. Very, very important what happened. That's why I said earlier, man, Democrats have the leverage. Democrats have the leverage.
Are accusing Democrats of defunding border security, and some see President Trump's State of the Union address
Today is President's Day. That's right. Sure is.
The partial shutdown on Democrats.
Yes, it is.
Democrats prepared to withstand the political pressure and see this fight confident they have the support of most Americans after all the chaos and destruction and that which you're describing on our streets?
Look, my resolve in pressing for what my constituents need and deserve is boundless. And I will do what it takes to fight for what I believe is right, for what is required to keep our communities safe and to enforce the law. The vast majority of Americans, people who I work for, want to see our laws enforced. They want to see them enforced with professionalism, with fairness, with humanity. The hallmarks that have always defined the best of American law enforcement. And that is what I'm pressing for. And my resolve in that is boundless.
Okay. So this week, a federal grand jury took the rare step of rejecting criminal indictments for you and 5 other Democratic lawmakers over that video that you made urging military personnel to disobey carrying out illegal orders. Now, you'd have to go back to
Unlawful
1798
orders.
to find the one time a member of Congress was prosecuted and jailed for exercising his constitutional right, essentially, to free speech. House Speaker Mike Johnson said what you did is probably a crime and charges are warranted. What do you say to that? I mean, what is behind this attempt to indict you and your colleagues?
Alex, this is an effort. The aim here is, I think, unfortunately very clear. It's an effort to intimidate us, to silence us, to distract us, and to harass us. And it will not work because what we have said and done is to say what the law says at a moment in this country when we need moral clarity and legal clarity like never before. And we will continue to say what is true and what is right. And frankly, the fact that, according to press reports, 23 fellow Americans, a grand jury impaneled by this administration to pursue a completely lawless attack on us proves the point that it's an extraordinary thing for a grand jury of 23 fellow Americans to resoundingly reject this. But what I want to say is, our system is being tested in ways that we've never seen before, because this is just not how our resources should be used. Taxpayer dollars should not be used to persecute members of Congress for doing their job and for exercising their constitutional rights and responsibilities. We should be using taxpayer dollars to actually keep our communities safe and do what the Justice Department is designed to do. And that's just not what we're seeing under this administration, and it's an outrage.
Is it over, or do you have concerns that the administration will try to pursue charges again in a different court, perhaps a friendlier court historically to this administration?
I am concerned that because this administration is not bounded by the law, the president said that the biggest check on him is his own morality. Here, our system wasn't designed for an army of vindictive prosecutors in the Justice Department. There's no limit on the number of times they could press this case. And the standard, Alex, is so low. This is why it's been said that a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich. The standard is low. This is a forum that was designed to create an unlevel playing field that completely weighs in favor of the government. And so the standard is very low, and I think they're very motivated. But what they need to know, and I think what they have heard from the people themselves, is that this is an outrage, and they absolutely should not be wasting taxpayer dollars and our time on this outrageous persecution.
Well, apparently.
What's up, Peter? Hope everybody doing well. Somebody said, would you be angry if you were sitting in a church and a bunch of protesters came in yelling at you in your kid's face, calling you Nazi? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. And I criticized that whole protest operation. I did personally, right? I don't, I believe Don Lemon knew what was going on. I don't believe he's been fully honest about that situation. But we will see. We will see at his court hearings how everything turned out with that situation. But I definitely criticized that whole thing, for sure, and they need to hold them accountable for doing that.
You don't register as a ham sandwich because that federal jury was unable to put an indictment against you.
Of the relationship between the executive branch and the DOJ and Congress. Like, Congress passed a law to require the DOJ to give them access to these files, to have them released to the public, which they have still not fully done. They're claiming, even with the files that they let Pramila Jayapal and Jimmy Raskin and Thomas Massey and the rest of them look at, they're claiming they're fully unredacted. They're still 70-80% blacked out. Because all that they did, this is according to Ro Khanna, was they took the files from the FBI, and the FBI blacked out 70% of them, sent them to the DOJ, and then they uploaded them to 4 computers that members of Congress have access to. So everything about this is so disturbing. And what are they covering up? Because what we know is beyond the pale of the abuse of little kids and the accusations of now murder and violence, but I worry about what else is in there. And they're not just covering up, they claim they're covering up like child pornography, and they claim they're covering up victims' information, but no, they're covering up the names of the perpetrators of these crimes. And Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have been calling them out over and over and over again. They've had to unredact a couple ones, like the one about the member of the royal family in Saudi Arabia who's being punished right now. So it's just, I don't understand what our government is doing right now, except for protecting pedophiles. Like, that's all that it is.
It is an inverse of reality when they are forgetting, quote unquote, forgetting to redact the names of victims and over redacting the names of the perpetrators. Right. All while doing this, they are surveilling the American people in multiple ways. I mean, it's important to remember 1 year ago, Elon Musk and his Doge goons were raiding the Social Security Administration and other buildings and gathering data about American citizens. This has been proven. Over the past year, Palantir has been building a larger and larger surveillance state that goes from the bottom, the most vulnerable Americans who need some sort of health care or Medicare or Medicaid, to the very top are representatives like Representative Pramila Jayapal, who yesterday did a bunch of interviews saying they are spying on our logs in the Epstein terminals. Even Republican Representative Nancy Mace said that she knows they have been spying on everything she does in these Epstein file terminals that they log into, because they give them the passcode. So think about how 1984-esque this is. Pam Bondi is the one who gives them the passcode. They log in, but under the surveillance of Big Brother Pam Bondi, and nobody is safe. They're probably also surveilling what we look up about the Epstein files. And it's because
100%.
This government wants to cover up for the Epstein class. I think that's a really, really great, just messaging-wise, when John Ossoff, and was it Ro Khanna that coined that? I can't remember.
Yeah, Ro Khanna's first time I heard it, I feel like John Ossoff popularized it with it.
Yeah, it's been getting bigger and bigger. I mean, Ro Khanna definitely cooked with that one, and it's true. It really shows the divide between people in power, mainly men, but also some women, who aren't held accountable oftentimes, versus the rest of Americans who probably could get caught speeding and have larger consequences than most people who went to Epstein's Island. Like, right. If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you get caught.
Mama Duck, basically they stormed that they stormed that church because the local community found out that the pastor they found out that the pastor was working with ICE. Basically, they found out that he was actually a high like a very high employee up for that organization. He was working with ICE. So they found out that the pastor was working with ICE, and they went in and protested his church. Basically, that's the context. That's the whole context, basically. And they let them have it. And this is a pastor out of Minnesota, or St. Paul, Minnesota area. I was gonna say Minneapolis, but yeah, this was a pastor out of St. Paul. No parking, says the sign, but I gotta park right here just for a second. Just for a second. Look at the people coming in to work this morning. All the people coming in to work this morning said they early today, chat. We got a 4 o'clock appointment. Dom is here at 3:30. You know Dom always on time. You know Dom is always on time. At least I try to be. We got 127 votes. 127 votes. Do you approve of Donald Trump? We have 127 votes. 64% says no. 38% says, 36% says yes. Yes. And that's how it's really looking right now at recent polls of February 2026 right now. That's funny that it's at 36%, but that's exactly what it's looking like the average polls are looking at right now, around 35, 36%. Some sitting at 40%, but but the majority is sitting below 40%. You dig? It's been a long time. Gian, what's up, Gian? How you doing, buddy? You do it once, you get trespassed, you make your point, sort of how that works. Got you, got you, got you. Kenneth says, Mama Duck, I don't have a problem with it because even the Bible says to confront false brethren. Huh? Shout out to Kenneth for that, man. Shout out to Kenneth for that. All right, but I don't think they were confronting him because he's a false prophet. I think they were confronting him because of his stance politically. You know what I mean? Facts on facts on facts. So yeah.
You get caught speeding and that's $600, you're cooked, you're behind, you're screwed, you're bound for that like ruins your life. Now, if you're a billionaire who gets caught in the Epstein files, just hire a PR firm and don't talk about it.
Well, and think about like all these people who get caught up in like a 3 strikes law that the Republicans love to talk about, where you do, 3 relatively minor crimes and suddenly you're a felon and you can't vote for the rest of your life. So the way this system works is it's very punitive to people who commit, what I would describe like as a petty theft, right? You steal a Twix bar or 2 or a pair of socks at a Walmart because you're desperate. And then now suddenly you're a felon and the whole system looks down at you. But you can be Howard Lutnick and you can take your family to the known island of a registered sex offender and be the commerce secretary and face no consequences for that.
Yeah.
And the way I've been framing this, and I'm going to tell you, like, John Ossoff's speech may have rewired my brain a little bit because I've spent so much time in my career complaining about corrupt billionaires taking advantage of the vast majority of Americans. And that's still right. But I've changed my framing on this in its entirety. There are 2 classes of people in this country. There's the Epstein class and its defenders, which is all these MAGA influencers. Like, I don't know if you saw the thing with me and Clay Travis this week where like me and Isaiah Martin just embarrassed out of him on Piers. But there's the Epstein class and there's everybody else. And so I'm letting all the ghosts of the past go away. I don't care who you voted for in 24. I don't care who you voted for in 2016. Like, I don't want to fight with anybody about Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders anymore. I'm done with all of that stuff, and I'm going to reject anybody who wants to talk with me about it because we need to break the Epstein class. Not just because they're preying on kids and they feel like they can get away with stuff, but the Epstein class is the same group of people who got away with crimes during the Wall Street financial crisis when they destroyed people's lives. Tens of millions of Americans lost their home and lost their jobs. It's the same group of people that Donald Trump cut taxes for in his budget bill last year while everything's getting more expensive. It's the same group of people on and on and on again that always win no matter who's in power, Democrat or Republican, and they have to be beat because we're never going to get back to a place where the average American family can buy a house and take care of their kids and take a goddamn vacation and retire on a single income, which is what should be happening. That's what was happening in the 50s and 60s. And what's amazing about Republican nostalgia to me is they're nostalgic for everything about the 50s except for a family being able to live on a single income. If we can't get back to that, I think this country will fall apart. And the way we have to do that is to break right through the Epstein class. And I'll work with anybody who stands up for that, whether it's Nancy Mace or Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey, people who drive me crazy. Okay, they drive me crazy on politics, but I will work with them to break this class because they have got to go. Yep. And Suzanne in the comments says get rid of Citizens United. She's absolutely right.
Very, very right there. I think that, as a young dude who sees a lot of my friends my age posting about the Epstein files and posting about the Epstein class, and now, through our formative years, seeing that there is a huge divide in America in what you can get away with if you're a rich man in power, I think that this will be a breakthrough. I think that as generations shift and as, even like you're still incredibly young. Your generation isn't even fully in power. We're still ruled by people like twice your age, 3 times, 4 times my age. So as
the average member of Congress is 68, Adam.
Yep, that is wild. And I have a stat here. We live in Chicago. The average age of a voter in Chicago is 53, but the average population age is like 13, 14 years lower at 40 years old. So that means young people are systematically underrepresented in positions of power. But I think that this is a what do you call it? Like inertia breaker. Like this is going to break through in such a way where young people will flip their view and understand that we don't want these assholes in power. We don't want these people who like Donald Trump as a role model, just from a broader view, is the worst role model that anybody could ask for. As a young person, you always want to be able to look up to the president for some sort of clarity, some sort of guidance. Biden provided that. Obama provided that. Trump is an absolute asshole, and his cabinet is full of people who are absolute assholes. I keep making this joke. Like, it feels like it feels like in order to be in the Trump admin, it's almost a prerequisite to be in the Epstein files at this point, because Elon Musk had a 120-day position and he was found out to be straight up lying. He said he rejected an invite to the island, but he was the one who asked to go, and Epstein was the one who just decided to back off and didn't arrange it. Howard Lutnick, of course, this is the big one. He said that he rejected going to the island, that he never talked to him again after 2005, would never let his family around this creep. Then we learn that after Epstein got this plea deal in 2008, Howard Lutnick still brought his entire family to Epstein's island in, 2012, which is still 2011, 2012, which is still insane.
4 years after he became a registered sex.
Exactly. Brought his entire family. Okay, well, how about Donald Trump's new pick for the Fed chair? We found out that he was littered throughout the Epstein files. Is part of the resume when you apply for the Trump admin, like, was the 2020 election stolen? Are you in the Epstein files? And will you say yes to anything Trump? And everyone is like, yes, yes, yes.
Yep. I think some of it has to do with, one, there's that class of people that support one another. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. There are a lot of Democrats in those files too, and I will burn the entire Democratic Party to the ground to get rid of anybody who had any relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, like the former White House senior counsel who resigned from Goldman Sachs. Was that yesterday or the day before? Like, I'm grateful to see some measure of accountability, although I find it awfully frustrating that the two most visible people in the United States that have been held accountable for Jeffrey Epstein's crimes are women, which is Ghislaine Maxwell, and I believe her name is Kathy Rumler, might have been her name, Catherine. I apologize if I got that wrong. But it's all of these people, but I want to add a couple other names because I think it's important here.
Yeah.
Which is, who created the MAGA movement? It wasn't Donald Trump, it was Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon is all over the Epstein files. He's the one who weaved together this group of different coalitions, QAnon and the MAGA base, or excuse me, like the Tea Party base, and turned it into this thing that it is. He's the one who got all of these influencers and content creators behind him. He's the inventor of like Libs of TikTok and all this other stuff. It's partly why, I don't know if you follow, there's an X account called Cat Turd. And Cat Turd is very big, and the algorithm loves him. I think it's a guy on Twitter. And he's turning on Steve Bannon right now. And I think it's partly because these guys are pissed that he's all over the Epstein files. So he's one of the linchpins that holds it all together. And as his power and influence wanes, I think it's important. And I want to add one more thing on Pam Bondi too, because earlier you brought up her TV ads where she was talking about, taking on, child sex predators and stuff like that. I think Pam Bondi has been full of shit this entire time, because in 2008, Alex Acosta made that sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein that let him register as a sex offender, but basically carry on with his operations and face no serious jail time. It could have been stopped right then in 2008, and the damage would have been bad, but it wouldn't have grown to what it is today, where it's an international scandal at this point. But Pam Bondi didn't step in to stop that. Pam Bondi didn't speak out about it. And part of the reason I think Trump picked Pam Bondi was, first, because he couldn't get his first choice, who was Matt Gaetz, who is himself a pedophile and should be a registered sex offender for taking an underage girl across state lines to have sex with her. And by the way, paying for her braces so that he could have sex with her, which is like a bizarre story. She's like working it's a really sad story. She was like working at a McDonald's and he paid for her braces. It's just it's really gross. But also because he can control her. So like, she has nowhere to run. And now all these people are he's got them all under his thumb now, so that they'll do whatever they want for proximity to power and corruption and money. And it's just disgusting. I feel like it's always ended by being it's disgusting, but I have nothing else to say.
So I actually agree with your analysis on Pam Bondi. Absolutely. That is why Trump picked her, because he knew that she would cover up for this. I think it even goes deeper than that as well. Like, you pointed this out, but people forget that Mike Johnson isn't just covering up for the Epstein class, isn't just covering up the Epstein files. We didn't just have to put a discharge petition up to pry it out of his jaws. But a year ago, maybe a year or two ago, Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida had his investigation basically covered up by Mike Johnson, who was trying to not let the Oversight Committee release their report. There was like a panel that was investigating Representative Matt Gaetz. They found some wild stuff at the DOJ. Mike Johnson was holding that, stopping that from releasing. So think about all these men from Florida. We have Donald Trump from Florida, who's clearly littered throughout the Epstein files. Jeffrey Epstein, littered throughout the Epstein files. Representative Matt Gaetz, too young to be in the Epstein files, but still created his own sort of network, as the investigation showed. And then even James Fishback, this gubernatorial candidate who is far, far right, has allegedly slept with some 17-year-old and got kicked out of some like teaching thing that he was doing when he was 30 years old. It's all absurd, and it's very clear which party prioritizes the children. But that is why they try to focus on all of these kind of misnomer issue. They try to talk about trans people or gay people and try to direct your attention over there, because if you look at the Republican Party, if you look at the people within this party, the people in power, they're not beacons of let's say purity.
No,
Quite
no,
the
they're
opposite.
they're horrible people. And like, why do you think they went all in on Bad Bunny and his halftime show last week? It was to keep you distracted. And then, by the way, who did they pick to headline their halftime show? Kid Rock, who, much like Donald Trump in the 90s, spends a lot of time talking about having sex with underage girls. So these are just disgusting people who have no bottom, and they will protect one another. And I'm tired of it. Even like Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is like their new plaything, where they like to drag her out and be like, look how cool and pop culturally relevant the MAGA movement is now that Nicki Minaj is with us. But why is Nicki Minaj hanging out with Donald Trump? Well, one, she's on the verge of losing her $10 million mansion after losing a lawsuit. But two, her husband needs a pardon for having sex with an underage girl at knife point, I believe. And her brother is in prison right now for like 25 years for having sex with an underage girl. So she needs the Trump administration to step in to save her, and suddenly she's found her MAGA voice. Suddenly she's a part of the movement. So it is a group of people who are only self-interested. They are never going to put forward a solution that is going to improve your lives. And say what you will about the Democratic Party, it is a deeply flawed institution. It pisses me off, but it is the only party in America that gives a shit, one, about the Epstein files, but it is the only political party that cares whether you have a good paying job, you can take care of your family, you can send your kids to college, you can take a vacation, you can retire with dignity. And I'll take that over anything else, and I'll keep pushing them to be better when we win in 2026 and when we win in 2028.
Absolutely. And I just want to kind of wrap this up by talking about how much what you said right there is exactly how the Democrats need to be messaging. For the past decade, we've been unified around our opposition to Donald Trump, which is not hard to do. Trump is an absolute loon. I cover him every day, and it's important to cover him and make sure that everybody is aware of what he's saying. But the Democratic Party needs to, at some point, have our own forward-looking message, as you just laid out. For example, Micah and I, you know Micah Irfan. Yeah, we chatted a bit at your studio, actually. We've been laying out.
We had dinner at the Italian restaurant.
Yeah, that was so great. That was such a good dinner as well. Right after, so it's like we're laying out Project 2029, so to speak, where we want to make sure that dark money, special interest groups are blocked out of politics. We want to make sure that the 160 loopholes for billionaires are closed. These tax loopholes don't require us increasing taxes. They're not even a hard sell. It's just closing some of these loopholes to make sure we raise more revenue. We could raise an extra $1 trillion. And there's ways that we can sell our agenda to help the average American. But Democrats just need to be out there messaging. We have a lot of rising stars in the party.
Man, we got 152 votes. We got 152 votes and 33 likes, 34 likes. Surely we can get those likes up, man. What's up, chat? What's going on, man? Hey, my favorite fellow hard worker. That's right. Had to come through, show some love. Jazz, shout out to Jasmine. How you doing, Jasmine? Somer, what's up, Somer? How's it going? Heaven forbid a protest bother anyone. Double tap that screen. Double tap that screen. Thank you guys for being here. Kenneth said, Mama Duck, silent protesting. Protesting doesn't have to keep silent rules, and neither does the Bible. When people been informed, it is more correct to claim those still in support of the church's Nazis. 157 votes. 157 votes. 62% says no. 38% says yes. So we did. I got my own poll going on. There's multiple polls out there, and all of the polls are indicating that over half of the country do not support our current president, commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, to this day. Till this day, chat. Till this day. JC, what's up, JC? I see you in the building. JC is in the building. We got 160 votes. The word of God commands we call out brethren when they err, and we are to mark and expose false brethren. That's a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact. I can't argue with that. That is a fact. I can't argue with that. What's up, Zaza? Somer says, What's going on? Somer says Safe Act will be passed soon. Safe Act ain't even made it. The pay there's a process to that, Somer. There's a process to it, and the Safe Act hadn't even made it to the House yet. It ain't even made it past the House yet. So it's still introduced. I checked the website yesterday. If you don't believe me, go check Congress.gov. I checked the website yesterday, and the Safe Act is still introduced, and there's nothing in there that look, man, we're already doing what the Safe Act is trying to propose. Okay, it's very, 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 very rare. It's extremely rare that illegal immigrants are voting in federal elections. Very, very. I mean, it's a very small percentage. Very small percentage. So they're just doing something to try to see what sticks. That's all. I'm done driving, says Zaza. Where you driving to, Zaza? You can tell a political movement is doing well when they stop mentioning achievements and start chanting slogans. All right, says Urban Prole. What's up, Urban? How you doing? Urban, welcome to my channel. First time seeing you here. Somer, welcome to my channel. First time seeing you here. Jasmine says taking a break from live, so I'm in bed watching and listening to you. Shout out to Jasmine. Jasmine Jazz in the building. Auntie K. What's up, Auntie? I see you. My oldest son, Rashid, crashed with his pregnant wife last night and overturned on black ice. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry to hear that, Zaza. I'm sorry to hear that, Zaza. Are they okay? Are they injured or anything? I'm sorry to hear that. Wow. That black ice is dangerous for sure. Thank God they are alive. Thank God they're alive, and I hope that minimum damage happened. They are broken but hurting. Yes, I know it. I'm sorry to hear that, Zaza. I'm sorry to hear that. It was passed through the House already. Send the Senate now to decide. Need 60 votes. Let me go to Congress.gov and confirm what he's saying because I just looked it up yesterday and it did not even pass through the House. It was still sitting as introduced unless they didn't update the website. Unless they, because what's happening sometimes, what folks will do, and I'm going to tell y'all what folks will do. Folks will listen to the news. They'll listen to their certain news outlets and they'll say that it's been passed through the House, and you can literally go to the Congress website and check out the tracker yourself. You can literally go check out things for yourself on the tracker on congress.gov and see what is actually happening. Okay? So you can't always trust your news outlets. You can't always trust that. They'll say anything for clicks. They will say anything. You have to go and do the research yourself, literally. But I'll check it today because I haven't checked it today. But I checked it last night. And last night, the bill was still introduced. Understand that. Understand that. Zaza said, you always warn about that at Black Ice. Nobody listens. Hey, you, hey, I mean, I can't say if they were listening to me or watching my channel or whatever, but I do always tell y'all about that black ice. It's no joke. When I'm telling y'all, when it's freezing weather outside, it's raining, and there's ice on the ground, you must slow down. You must slow down. Do not underestimate ice on the ground. You can't do it. You're right about that. Sorry about all the sarcasm. I should start just saying what I mean. Urban, it's all good, man. Long as we're respectful here, I don't mind the sarcasm. You know, it's fun. It's fun and games, and as long as we're respectful, we're all good, man. Trump need to return to Pennsylvania to end our misery. What's going on in Pennsylvania? What's happening? What's up, Lewis? How you doing, Lewis Powell? Fusion Dude said hi. What's up, Fusion Dude? How you doing, buddy? Anyways, gotta sleep, but just wanted to share with you my TT is avenge femininity. Okay, okay. You did. That's right. I work so much, I never get a chance to stay up on my politics. So thank you. It's all good, Jasmine. You know I gotta try my best to put the information out there, do my part. If you want to check it out, I put a video up on the vehicle. Send it to me. Send it to me. Have a good night, Zaza. Send it to me. You got my email. Send it to me so I can check it out. The tracker still says introduced but not passed yet. Look at that. Well, look at that, y'all. Look at that. So you telling me your favorite news outlet is saying that it's passed through the House already, but Congress is saying that it's still introduced. It ain't passed through the House yet. It ain't passed through no damn House yet. It ain't passed through no House yet. Damn, you mean to tell me your favorite news outlet lied to you? Oh, no way they can lie to you. No freaking way. No way. Double tap that screen. Double tap that screen. We're almost at 40 likes. Love you. Love you, Zaza. Have a great night. Sweet dreams. The black ice is the devil in water form. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Fox News better keep up. Fox News. Fox News. I'm gonna tell y'all something about Fox News. Y'all know I pay for my information yearly on a yearly basis, and I'll tell y'all one thing about Ground News. Ground News do a really good job of factoring everything, every news outlet, all the information together, and gathering all the facts and allowing you to see what the left is saying, the right is saying, and what centered sources are saying. And one thing I'll say about Fox News, every time I read an article from Fox News, they always have mixed factualities. Always have mixed factualities. They never have pure accurate facts or spot on facts about anything. They don't. They don't. They don't. Donald Trump always talking about fake news this, fake news that. um when his favorite news, I don't know if Fox News is his favorite news outlet, but Fox News don't, they rarely have high factualities. Rarely. And that's coming from Ground News. That's coming from Ground News. Y'all give me one moment. I gotta go out here, go in here and see if these people ready for me. Y'all give me one moment.
Where we want to make sure that dark money, special interest groups are blocked out of politics. We want to make sure that the 160 loopholes for billionaires are closed. These tax loopholes don't require us increasing taxes. They're not even a hard sell. It's just closing some of these loopholes to make sure we raise more revenue. We could raise an extra $1 trillion. And there's ways that we can sell our agenda to help the average American, but Democrats just need to be out there messaging. We have a lot of rising stars in the party right now. I really like lately, James Tallarico's campaign has been really, really great. He had a good ad that came out. John Ossoff, as we mentioned multiple times, amazing operator. J.B. Pritzker, the great governor of our state, really great. He's been talking about abolishing ICE. He's been talking about taxing people more. He's been really, really living up to the moment.
I agree. I mean, I'll also shout out. I think the two best federal candidates that I have gotten a chance to interview on the show. And I'll be honest with everybody, I work with both of them too. But it's Mallory McMorrow, who is running for Senate in Michigan. I think she's an incredible young Democratic rising star, taking on the establishment, and I think she's going to win that primary. And the other one is Paige Cognetti, and I encourage people to go watch my interview with her if you get a chance, because she's the mayor of Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is my parents' hometown. So I've spent a lot of time there. And there used to be this very corrupt Democratic machine that basically dragged Scranton into the ground. Scranton is an old, dying coal town, very famously parodied on The Office, right, for being a sort of dead place to live. But she broke this political machine, ran as an independent, won, is now a Democrat, and she's taking on one of the most corrupt Republican members of Congress. And we need more fighters like that. And so when I think through what are the things that we need to succeed, we need the right messenger and we need the right strategy, and we have to update our campaigns. You hear Democrats talk about that 90% of the time. But I think there's a big picture theme here. We need two things that people are going to see from the Democratic Party and that they're going to buy in and believe. And to me, we have to have the largest series of economically populist policies that the Democratic Party has put together since FDR was president of the United States. Because that is how bad the economy is right now. And it's going to get even worse with AI and robotics, which are not going to go away. So we have to make sure that we create the conditions for people to have good paying jobs, but have a social safety net that protects them. Nobody goes bankrupt when they get sick. People can take care of their kids. People don't have to spend $30,000 to send their kids to daycare if we're going to require both parents in a family to work. We need to get really deep into that. We need to help people who are in the millennial class in particular, who are taking care of their aging parents and taking care of their kids, because it's completely screwed up. We need to forgive student loan debt and keep going. And then one final thought here too is the second half of that, and this is why I really like John Ossoff and the way that he's talking about it right now, is we have to run on the most aggressive anti-corruption platform that any political party has had since Teddy Roosevelt was president. So I'm doing a big Roosevelt thing right now, but we have to bust every single person. We got to break up these monopolies. We got to take down the Epstein class, and we got to deal with the rot inside the Democratic Party. There's a ton of insider trading inside the Democratic Party. The Republicans are worse, but we have to clean up our own house if people are going to take us seriously on corruption, because Trump gets points from the average American for his corruption because it's so brazen. They'll go, well, at least he's honest about it. You know, so-and-so on the Democratic Party side, they're not honest about it. And I don't agree with that, but like, we have to deal with it ourselves, and we've got to deal with big money, and we might have to pack the Supreme Court. I think we have to do that stuff to fix this. So we got to be superior.
Absolutely, I totally agree, and I'm excited to see the ideological battle that plays out in the Democratic primary. It's going to be interesting. It's also worth mentioning AOC and Gavin Newsom were in Munich yesterday, representing the United States in a way that Trump never could. AOC was very well spoken as always, just amazingly cogent on her analysis of where politics in the United States is going, and Governor Newsom was, let's say, a knife fighter. He always goes, and he is stern, assertive, and he really does a good job of matching the energy that Trump brings. He didn't bring knee pads this time, but he was doing some strong words. So I think we've got a lot of players in our party who are meeting the moment. We just have to continue to shape it in the way that we want. We are the voters. We have the power. We need to take the power away from the special interest groups. And yeah,
I agree. I thought AOC did an amazing job yesterday. And we have an abundance of candidates. And to me, the most important thing for 28 is that we have a big, messy, ideologically diverse Democratic primary, and we let the people decide. Because the two times we lost to Donald Trump, we didn't have big primaries. No knock on Hillary Clinton. I love her to death. But like, her versus Bernie was not a full, vibrant primary. We should have had 12 people who were running to succeed Barack Obama at a serious level. It's good for the party, and let the people decide. That's what happened in 2007 and 2008. And we selected Barack Obama, who is by far, in my opinion, the best political talent that I have seen in my entire lifetime. So like, let's do that again and give a chance for somebody to rise up. Because right now, Newsom and AOC and a couple others, they're the front runners, but they might not be the nominee. I want to know if there's somebody out there who could rise to the moment, and I want to give them that chance.
Absolutely. I think Raphael Warnock from Georgia. He's an underdog. He's what do they call it? A hidden gem, or he's a dark horse. That's what they say.
Yeah, dark
he's
horse.
Gonna emerge. Yeah, I always use the framework. Like in 2006, if you asked who would be the nominee, most people in the Democratic Party would have been like, oh, I don't know, Hillary, maybe Obama. He gave a good speech.
John Edwards. That's what they would have said.
They would have said John Edwards. If you would have asked any Republican in 2014 who's going to be your nominee in 2016, nobody would have said Donald J. Trump. They probably would have been. I mean, maybe some of them would, but they would have been like Ted Cruz, maybe some of the Marco Rubio types, but Donald Trump ended up winning. You never know who's going to emerge, and I'm excited to see who does. And we get to sit here and continue to hopefully interview them, ask them hard-hitting questions, and guide the party in the direction that we want to guide it.
Yeah, every single Democratic candidate in 2026 or 2028 should have to appear on your YouTube channel.
Yeah,
if they don't, I ain't voting for them.
The Mike and Adam show, they should have to be grilled by both of us in different ways.
I love that.
What's up, gang? What's going on, gang? We are backing up right now. We're almost at 40 likes. We're backing up into the dock. We are getting ready to deliver this food for the American people here in Kansas City, Missouri. Let us know in the chat where you're from in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. Let us know. Let us know. And Bernie Sanders is still putting in the work right now to this day. Regardless, you're in Clinton Wow, you're in Clinton. Okay, nice. Um, regardless of how people feel about Bernie Sanders, he take a lot of trash talk from people, but Bernie Sanders is still doing speeches. He's still going around the country. He is he's one of those people I can respect. I really can respect Bernie Sanders because he is on the ground every week, every day on the ground, pushing uh pushing his beliefs out there and putting in the work and speaking to the young people around the country, putting his ideals out there. I mean, he is still putting in the work every single week, every day to remind people of the American values. And I love to see it. We're gonna play something from Bernie Sanders, man. I respect Bernie Sanders. I respect Bernie Sanders. All right. Oh, we are back then. Auntie K says, "Thank you very much, Dom. Absolutely. In the conversation, we agreed on it being a minor problem, but a nice to do thing to cater to more customers. And Fox and Brett Burt report, they made it sound like I hated Sweden and Sweden. Variety is the spice of life, mama. Don't they know that? I don't think Bernie Sanders would have destroyed Trump. At the time, people drank Trump's Kool-Aid, and now they see he is now coming through on promise. He is not coming through on promises. Yep, yep, yep. We got almost 200 votes. Almost 200 votes. So I can say that Dom did a poll that gained 200 votes, which is not a lot, but you know, and we see the approval rating right here, right now. So hit that like button. We almost at 40. We just got our 200th vote. We just got it. 61% says no. 39% says yes. So we're seeing, God, we're seeing the decline. We are seeing the decline of the approval of our commander in chief every day, every single day. We're seeing it. And this is just the first year, going into his second year. And already we're seeing the numbers decline. You know, we're seeing the numbers decline every day. Let me see if I can find something on Bernie Sanders, man. He's on a tour right now, right? Bernie Sanders is actually on a tour right now. I forget what he called the tour, but he's on a tour right now. Uh, Bernie Sanders is on a tour right now. Oh yeah, the Fighting Allegor- Allegory tour. The Fighting Allegory tour. Mama Cookie.
Deserve at least $25 an hour, and that still ain't enough.
All right.
$4 million to elect Valerie Fouchier and keep out the young
progressive, pro-Palestinian, NIDA alum.
My second ask is for you to go and organize your network and get to the polls and vote for NIDA alum. Do it today and every day through the first week in March. Polls are open right now. Look, labor movements need strong political power to implement our agenda.
Y'all think Bernie Sanders is gonna run again? Y'all think he's gonna run again? Let me know in the chat if y'all think he's gonna run again. Y'all think Bernie Sanders is gonna run again? Let me see. He is he's yo, I will say this. He's 84 years old. But my God, he is still sharp as a blade, y'all. He is still sharp as a blade. I'm telling you. He is still sharp as a blade. At 84 years old, he is still sharp. Let's listen to some of what he has to say on his fight oligarchy tour, because he is touring the country. I would love to go to one of these. I need to check and see. I need to go see where his next stop is.
For me to stand before you today, my political hero, Senator Bernie Sanders.
AOC, yeah. Right. I agree, Kenneth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me thank the Durham Convention Center, thank Eliza McLam, Yasmin Williams, Mama Cookie, Finn McKelvey, and Braxton Winston of the North Carolina AFL-CIO. Thanks for your union support. Wesley Knott, and certainly, last but not least, I want to thank Nita for all the great work she has been doing and being here with us this afternoon for a fighting oligarchy event. And certainly, last but not least, I want to thank Nita for all the great work she has been doing and being here with us this afternoon for a fighting oligarchy event. Nita is, as I think all of you know, a proven fighter with the courage to take on corporate power, to take on billionaires, to take on billionaire-funded super PACs like crypto and APAC and all of these special interest groups who think they can buy American democracy. And we're here in Durham to say loudly and clearly that we believe in democracy, not billionaires buying elections. Not an effort to divide us up. We're going to bring our people together in the fight for economic, racial, social, and environmental justice. As I think you all know, Nida is a local girl. She grew up in this district. She attended North Carolina public schools and then North Carolina State University. Now, I know it's a competitive situation here, right? Some of you went to other universities, but forgive her, that's all right. We're in this together. And while
Yeah, it would be interesting to see a candidate younger than 60. My husband family are all MAGA. They believe every word of Fox News. It's sad my husband has no relationship with his own family. Wow. That's crazy. They say for 2028, the Dems are leaning towards Governor Sharpio. Yep, Pennsylvania, and Governor of Baltimore. I forget his name too. Yeah. Um, welcome to standby. Why is my phone doing that? What's the girl name? He said Alexandria Cortez. It's interesting to see who's gonna emerge though from the Democratic Party. You just never know. You never know. Who I think Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom is also leading right now in the early polls. Governor of California. I'm not sure where I stand with him yet, just yet though. I'm not sure. You know, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I gotta keep examining him. Do y'all like Governor Newsom? I know y'all. I know Auntie K from California. I don't know. I don't know how you feel about Governor Newsom, but it ain't that I don't like him. It's just like I just don't know yet. I don't know yet. You know. You like Governor Newsom? Okay. Okay. Cool. 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 Vote Dems if you want more illegals to pick your leaders like they did in New York City. That's sad, man, that you would say that because that's sad that you think that, right? A country of immigrants, right? We have uh, a mayor of New York, right, who is, I believe he is Muslim American, right? But so many people hate that man just because of his religion and who he is and what he stands for, and would say that illegals picked him. No, illegals, the people of New York picked him. American citizens picked him, right? But the fact that you would come in here with that rhetoric shows that you've been bitten by fake news. The same thing that your president claim every day. Fake news this, fake news that. You've been bitten by fake news. Whoever the Democrats' choice, they need to move away from corporatist politicians. Foreigners should not have any say in who our leaders are. They don't. They don't have any say in who our leaders are. What are you talking about? There you go again, believing everything that you read and listen to, or everything that you hear. You believe that. They don't, right? You're literally trying to pass a SAVE Act that we're already implementing in our system throughout the states, right? Illegal immigrants um cannot vote in federal elections. That's already a thing. My nephew's boss. What happened? I'm sorry to hear that, Auntie K. My husband family could never end up there. My sister-in-law is from South Korea. His aunt is married to another woman. It's just sad that politics can ruin an entire family. It's horrible. Facts. That's facts. That's facts. Majority of America elected Trump to carry out our mandate as he is doing. Look, Donald Trump ain't even on track to surpass how many people Barack Obama deported from the United States. He's not even on track to surpass that. It's the way he's doing it that's causing him issues. It's the way he's doing it. It's gonna cause your party the midterms in November. You're gonna lose out. You're gonna lose out. You're gonna lose out. You're just gonna lose out. That's it.
And NC's
You you say go check the polls. Go check the polls. Go check the polls. Obama didn't set up. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he did. It been like that. It's been like that for a while. It wasn't Obama. It been like that for a while. Illegal immigrants been getting into this country for a long time. Even before Obama, they were getting into the country. So whatever. You can't get away with that rhetoric over here, okay? We understand all the talking points, all the narrative that you've been bitten by. You can't get away with that over here, okay? And I know you probably believe that no one has entered the country in the last 9 months, right? You probably believe that too. I'm pretty sure you do. No one has entered the country in the last 9 months. We have completely secured the borders. Watch. I bet he believed that, y'all. I bet he believed that. Watch. Do you believe no one has entered the country in the last 9 months, as per our commander in chief has said? Do you believe that, hellbound of justice? Let's see where you at, buddy. Come on. What's up, Diaz? What's up, FBA? Work 12 hours, brother? I feel you, my man. I feel you. Coming here thinking dumb, don't know the facts. They don't. They going crazy. They going crazy. They going crazy. They going crazy. Come on now, where you at? Answer the question. Where you at? Do you believe no one has entered the country in the last 9 months? Zero. That's what our commander in chief said. Zero people has entered the country in the last 9 months. Do you believe that? Come on, let's see where your head is. Get your ass off Twitter. Don't be on Twitter. Get your ass off Twitter. Since you want to sit up and believe everything that the president say, he want to believe everything that the president and the Republican Party say and Fox News say. He believe everything they say. Come on now. We got 222 votes. 41% approve of Donald Trump, 59% don't. Man, look, they are still smuggling fentanyl across our borders to this day. Huh? They still smuggling drugs across the border right now. They are. I hate to break it to you, buddy. They are. Oh, well, it's the paid guards. I don't give a damn if it's the paid guards. If you still got you got yo, I read y'all an article yesterday. I read y'all an article yesterday about Andreas Wilkinson, right? A supervisor in CPB. What was he doing, y'all? What was he doing? He was harboring his illegal immigrant girlfriend. He was responsible for bringing her across the border. You got people right now underneath Donald Trump administration right now who are doing illegal shit. You got people right now in the Trump administration who are smuggling people across the border. But his border is so secure, right? No, it's not. It's not 100% secure. Drugs are still moving across the border to this day, right? Trafficking is still happening to this day. I'm sorry. I hate to break y'all bubble, but stop believing that. Stephen Miller, and I said that earlier, Smooth. I don't know if you was here. I don't know if you was here, Smooth, earlier when I literally said Donald Trump is not the man behind the plan. He's not. It's Stephen Miller. He's the one who run this operation. He's the brains behind everything. I worked for a warehouse company and for 5 years straight worked from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. in a cave system, so didn't see the sun except on weekends. That's hard work right there, Kenneth. That's hard work right there. When are these people going to jail? Very soon, FBA. Very soon. A lot of people. It's gonna happen. The American people are tired of these billionaires getting away with whatever crimes they commit. We're 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 tired of seeing that. We're tired of seeing these people, these quote unquote powerful people, right? We're tired of seeing them just get away with their crimes, man. Real talk. We're tired of seeing it. And I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans, whoever's in the wrong, they all need to go to jail. They all need to go to jail. It don't matter to me. We need good leadership leading our country. Good, honest people. Strong people, though. We don't need weak people. We need strong, honest people leading our country. That's what we need. Not people who think insults and mockery, not people who think insults, mockery, um, division, causing division is somehow leadership. He said, I'll lead y'all. Oh, yeah, when ASAP Rocky went to jail in Sweden. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Yep. Oligarchy versus we the people. Yep. Oh, we supposed to be listening to Bernie Sanders. He's on the Fight Oligarchy tour right now. Let's see what Bernie Sanders have to say. Like I said, man, a lot of people give him a lot of right wingers always talk crap about Bernie Sanders, but he's still sharp as hell at 84 years old.
She led a campaign to partner with local healthcare workers to provide free healthcare to the low-income community. As you heard a few moments ago, she turned unimaginable loss into a commitment to justice after the 2015 Chapel Hill murders of her close friends in a unspeakable hate crime. And she made history as the first Muslim woman ever elected in North Carolina, serving as the vice chair of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. At a moment when the oligarchs are tightening their grip on our society, we need leaders like Nita, leaders who answer to working families and not the billionaire class. So Nita, thanks very much for joining me on this Fighting Oligarchy event. This is actually our 37th event. In 24 states. And we have brought out well over 300,000 people in those events from coast to coast. And what I am very happy to tell you is my observation, having done all of these events.
Michael, I will be praying for your family. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Damn, Michael. I'm gonna be praying for you, your family, man. You had a hard year so far, man. And I will certainly be praying for you and your family. Your uncle, your great uncle committed suicide. Be praying for your mom. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Talk to you later, buddy. Damn, sorry to hear that, brother.
The American people, not just progressives,
You're welcome,
not just
Michael.
Democrats,
You're welcome, buddy.
but Republicans and independents as well, do not want this country to be an authoritarian society or an oligarchy. In a democracy, we have our differences, and I suspect that in this room there are people with a lot of differences. And that's what democracy is about. We argue it out. We don't throw those people who disagree with us in jail. We don't intimidate the media. We don't usurp the powers of Congress. And we don't send ICE agents out into our communities to knock down doors and shoot people.
And you don't, he's right. You're absolutely right. You don't usurp the power of Congress because here come February the 20th, right? I think that's what, February the 20th, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, here come Friday. We might be paying $140 million back of those current tariffs that he has imposed on other countries without the guidance of Congress. So we might be paying $140 million back to those countries in tariffs already. Already. I think it's 140 million or 140 billion. Correct me on that. Correct me on that.
In my humble opinion, we are living today in an unprecedented moment in American history and the most dangerous times in the modern history of our country. And I want us all to take kind of a deep breath and think about where we are today, how we got to where we are, and where we have got to go into the future. Because these are really crazy times. So many things are happening.
Yes.
It's not just Trump's authoritarianism. It's not just oligarchy. It's not just AI and robotics, which are going to transform our economy. Not just climate change. So many things are converging at the same time. We've got to take a deep breath to figure out where we are at and where we want to go. But let me start off with something that concerns me very, very deeply. That we don't.
Yo, they're already done. They are already done, chat. Wow. They are already done. That was fast. My goodness. That was crazy quick. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was so fast. 2-1-9-5-7-7. That was super fast. My goodness. What's up, Ginger? Good morning. Good morning, Ginger. How are you? How are you, Ginger? How are you? They unloaded me quick. I'm done. I'm done. I'm literally submitting my electronic paperwork right now. Which is good though because it's Monday. It's Monday morning. I need to get out of Kansas City as quick as I can. I need to get out of Kansas City as quick as I can, chat. It's Monday morning. I need to get on up out of here. I'm glad they done. For real. Woo! Ugh. Need to get on up out of here as quick as possible. As quick as possible. For real. All right now, buddy. Minimum wage in Missouri is $15 an hour because us residents fought for it, but our Republican politicians are trying already screw some out of receiving that. That's facts. Like that school Omar Johnson made. What school? Umar Johnson got a school now? Omar Johnson? Umar. I don't think he got a school. I don't think so either. I don't think so either, Auntie. Hurry up and try to get up out of Kansas City though, for real. Slide these tandems really quick. Facts. Got to slide these tandems a little bit so we can get a better turn ratio on the trailer. Slightly back just a little bit. Oh Lord. Good God Almighty. All right, let me slide these tandems really quick.
We have to ask ourselves sometimes why the most important issues facing our society get very little discussion. Do you understand what I mean by that? So I'm a United States Senator, and I work a lot in Washington. I walk down the hallways, and you got a lot of members of the press there, and every day they're asking me about this, and they're asking me about that. Important questions. But the most important questions are very rarely asked. And that has a lot to do with wealth and power. We don't discuss that very much. You know, we'll talk about what Trump said yesterday or this or that. Wealth and power, what am I talking about? Right now, at this particular moment in American history, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of America. Okay, and I'm going to bore you for a moment, rattling off some statistics, but it's important that you hear that, because you ain't going to hear it from too many other people.
What's up, Gary? How you doing, Gary? How much time you got in your clock, driver? I got 4 hours and 45 minutes left to drive.
1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Today in America, one man, Elon Musk, one man owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Today in America, while Mr. Musk is close to becoming a trillionaire, 60% of our people in North Carolina, in Vermont, and around this country are living paycheck to paycheck. You all know what that means? Some of you know what that means very painfully, right? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a 3.5-room rent-controlled apartment in New York City. And my memories of my childhood are the stresses in our house, in a family that just didn't have enough money to do things that my parents wanted us to do, and fights and arguments that trickled down to my brother and me. And all over this country today, people are going through the same struggles that my family went through. People.
He never responded, JC. He ran away. He ran away from the question.
People are worried about how am I going to pay for child care for my kid? How am I going to send my kid to college when he or she is so bright and wants a good education? People are worrying about what happens when my landlord raises the rent by 20%, which is going on all over America. I don't know about here, certainly in Vermont. Here too. The cost of housing is soaring. Right? And people are worried, what happens when my landlord raises the rent? Where do I go? I got a kid in school. I got to move the kid. Be very disruptive. People are worried about what happens if my car.
What's up, Lawrence?
And the mechanic is going to say it's cost me $1,000 to get it fixed. All right? And if I can't get it fixed, I can't get to work. And if I can't get to work, I don't have an income. And then what the hell happens to my family? There is a sad reality in America today in that our life expectancy, how long we live, is lower than almost every major.
That's facts. Facts, Ken.
But what is even more distressful is the fact
$700 billion.
class in America.
That's crazy.
You are going to live 7 years shorter life than if you are wealthy. Can you imagine that? All right. Why is that? You tell me. Healthcare is one of the reasons. I'm going to get into healthcare in a moment, but actually it's not the major reason. All right, you got it. In every audience that I speak, that answer comes up: stress.
Number one killer. Number one killer.
A hearing in Washington with a bunch of doctors. And the title of the hearing was The Physiology of Poverty. You know what I mean by that? When you are working class or low income, and you are worried every day about how you're going to feed your kids, how you're going to pay the rent, how you're going to get to your job, whether you'll have a job, whether your boss will force you to work on a Sunday when you have to take care of your kid, worried about the health of your parents. All of that stress beats you down. Cardio, in terms of heart disease, in terms of a whole myriad of diseases, in terms of the stress and mental illness as well. So what we are looking at right now is 60%. 60% of the people in the wealthiest
Where are you headed to now?
on earth
I'm headed back to Minnesota.
struggling every single day, while the people on top have never ever had it so good. Some of you may recall that when Trump was inaugurated and I had the mispleasure of being there.
Not the mispleasure.
And right behind them, you had some of the wealthiest people in this country, and you had like 13 or 14 billionaires that we had nominated to run various government agencies. And in this last year alone, not only has Trump and his family become much richer, the billionaire class has become over $1 trillion wealthier. So the other day, some of you may have noticed that Trump said, "We are living in the best economy in the history of the world."
Good morning, Alice.
Well, he's right. For him and his billionaire friends, he's exactly right. But not for ordinary Americans. So the struggle that we are in right now is, in fact, to create an economy that works for all of us and not just Mr. Musk and his friends. So the struggle is about oligarchy. And when we talk about oligarchy, it is not just the horrific level of income and wealth inequality that we have. It is also a billionaire class.
What's up, Barbie?
Our economy.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
More concentration of ownership than we've ever had in the history of America. You got three Wall Street firms, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, who combined are the major stockholders.
Thank you,
in over
Auntie K.
95% of S&P
Appreciate that.
corporations. But it's not just
I'm doing
incumbent
good. I
minority
can't
politics.
complain,
It's
y'all.
not just
I'm doing
that
well.
a few large Wall
Barbie,
Street
I'm doing
firms have
pretty
so much
well.
control over the economy. It is the media.
About to get up out of
Fewer large media conglomerates.
about to get up out of Kansas City on this Monday morning before it started getting crazy.
All right. We work as a United States Senator, former presidential candidate. We work social media very hard.
Get up out of Kansas City before it started getting crazy.
Like 50 million followers on our campaign side and our Senate side. That's a lot. But here's the point. Who do you think owns the social media that we're on? Who owns X, Twitter? You know who owns it? Who owns it? Musk.
Elon Musk.
Who owns Facebook and Instagram? That's right. Who owns increasingly TikTok? Ellison, who also, when he bought Paramount, now owns CBS Network. Who owns the Washington Post and Twitch? Jeff Bezos. So what you're looking at,
a lot of people just got fired from the Washington Post too.
These guys are very smart. So they want to control, to a large degree they are, what the American people see, hear, and read. And Mr. Musk has been very nice and allows us to use his platform.
No.
We appreciate it.
I heard about them being here, but I never saw them.
It's his platform.
I never saw them myself personally, no.
And that is true with folks who own our major newspapers, generally speaking, billionaires.
Free my man who?
But it is not just income and wealth inequality. It is not just concentration of ownership in our economy. It is not just that a handful of billionaires control our media. That's not enough for these guys. They now want to control our political system. So, as a result of this disastrous Supreme Court decision called Citizens United, maybe the most dangerous decision ever made by the Supreme Court, billionaires through their super PACs like APAC and crypto and God knows what, many of them, billionaires are now pouring huge amounts of money into these super PACs. And many of the ads you'll see in North Carolina, Vermont, and all over this country come from organizations whose names don't mean anything to you. Come up with a name, Citizens for a Better World or whatever it may be. This is funded by billionaires who have a very special interest. And many of the ads they put on have nothing to do with who they are. They'll be attacking their particular opponent or supporting somebody else. During the last presidential election, Mr. Musk himself, the wealthiest guy on earth, provided $290 million to elect Donald Trump.
$290 million.
Other Republican billionaires put in a whole lot of money, but it's not just the Republican Party. Democrats have billionaires as well, who largely influence what goes on in the Democratic Party. So when we speak about what's going on in America, the major struggle is, will we have a vibrant democracy where the needs of ordinary people will be manifested in their elected officials? Or will we continue to have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class? That's the struggle that we are facing right now.
Y'all, I will say it is 4:40, it's 4:50 in the morning, and traffic behind me right now is heavy. That's why I told y'all I was so glad that they finished my unloading my truck so quick, my trailer, because I don't like to be in this traffic. That's why Dom drive at night, y'all. I drive at night because I do not like to deal with daytime traffic, morning traffic, all that stuff. But as you can see all the cars right now, they are out already, getting ready for work on this Monday morning. They are heavy right now. You can't see behind me, but there's a lot of cars behind me right now. So I'm glad I got out when I did. I'm glad. Oh my goodness. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly, Auntie. They are out here. Who that is? What's up, Nico? What's going on? Get back to the video right now. Listening to Bernie Sanders on his oligarchy oligarchy tour.
Now, what the billionaire class wants
Thank you, Jazz. You
is not
too. Have a
just
great day as well, Jazz.
wealth. That is their obsession. I think we all know that we are living in a painful moment where many folks we know are dealing with one or another addiction problem.
JC, I won't even honestly, JC, I won't even make it to Minnesota. I'm gonna run out of time before I make it to Minnesota. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to stop in Iowa, take a 10-hour break, and then keep going.
This country faces is the billionaire's addiction to greed. I don't think anybody in this room objects to people who work hard, start a business, slave away their work, and make money. Good for them. But there comes a point where enough is enough. And in my view, we have reached that point. But it's not just that the billionaires want more and more wealth and power. Many of them, not all, really do not believe in democracy. Remember when we were kids and we studied history and we learned about the monarchs in Europe in the 18th century that the American revolutionaries fought against? These guys, 19th century, 18th century, they believed that the monarchs believed they had the divine right to rule. Remember that? God ordained the Tsar of Russia to have all this wealth and the kings of England and France and everything else. All right, divine right to rule. I want to tell you that many of these big tech oligarchs today also believe they have the divine right to rule. And they are saying, who do you think you are? We are multi-billionaires. We've worked hard. We're smart. We've created these giant corporations. Who the hell do you think you are to tell us how to run our business, to regulate us? Our job is to rule you, not to be told what to do by people in a democratic society, which leads us to the whole issue of authoritarianism. There is a reason why Donald Trump right now attacks Europe, the people in Europe, the countries in Europe every day. Because you know what? They have democratic governments. Some of them work well, some of them don't, but every country in Europe is a democracy. And there is a reason why Trump welcomed into the White House, open arms, the dictator from Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, a man who the U.S. intelligence agency determined murdered in cold blood a guy named Jamal Khashoggi. Remember that? Had him chopped up in an embassy, I think in Turkey. Murderer. A dictator. You try to protest anything in Saudi Arabia, you are in jail. You're tortured. Trump loves that kind of guy. He loves those people because you can make a deal with them. You don't have to worry about the people getting in the way. Really nice. You could sit down with some family that runs Saudi Arabia, happens to be $1 trillion family, the wealthiest family in the world. Sit down and make a deal with them. They're going to put golf courses or whatever they're doing. Easy. Democracy is kind of messy. Who the hell needs that? So what we are taking on now is a president supported by not all, I don't want to condemn all, but many of these oligarchs who find AI regulation, and I want to talk about that in a moment, kind of painful. They want to do what they want to do, and they don't want you getting in their way. They don't want unions standing up for workers' rights. Who the hell is the union? I own the company. I will do what I want. I don't want to be bothered by you, your demands. Forget about it. I run the company, my world. That's what we're taking on. And in Trump, you're taking on a president who every day usurps the power of Congress, clearly is not sympathetic to the division of power inherent in our Constitution.
Oh, okay, Jim, no problem. That's all right, Jim. You're welcome here.
States like mine
You support
that
Donald
voted
Trump, you're
against
still
him
welcome
may
here.
not be getting
I would like to know
the
why you
money
support Donald Trump.
that was
Give us a good reason why.
You voted against me? Why do you think I'm going to give you money? Usurping the power, threatening the courts, threatening and suing the media, having his friends taking over other large media, now threatening to put U.S. senators in jail because they spoke out on an important issue. And the oligarchs like that. So there is a marriage. Don't see oligarchy and authoritarianism as separate issues. They are the same. Authoritarianism is a way in which oligarchs can move forward without impediments. I want to touch on one other issue, which I am getting increasingly obsessed with in the midst of everything else we're dealing with. And I don't know how much you guys have been following it, and that is artificial intelligence and robotics. Okay? I got a question. Don't give me the answer that I want to hear. Give me the honest, something that you're feeling. How many of you are concerned about what AI and robotics will do for the future of this country? How many of you are not concerned and are feeling okay about it? Wow, that's pretty unanimous. All right, I am concerned. And I think that as a nation and as a Congress, we are in no way prepared for the tsunami that is about to come. All right, what am I talking about? I'm talking about people like Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, who has made it clear he's already replacing the workers in Amazon warehouses. I don't know, do you have any warehouses, Amazon warehouses here? Okay. You're going to need to replace them, and his goal is, he tells his people, his management, we want to automate it all. All right, and certainly Amazon is not the only company working that way. If you work in transportation, you're a truck driver, an Uber driver, a cab driver. There are driverless vehicles now that are gaining steam, and we see the loss of many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs there. If you are a young person graduating college trying to get an entry-level job, we see that. And I'm talking not just for myself, but I'm telling you what other people are saying who know something a lot about this issue. Those jobs may be gone. I mean, there are really frightening statements coming out from people who really know a lot about it, what it means for the future of our economy. And the issue there is not that AI and robotics are good or bad. It is how they are used and who benefits from that. So if AI can diagnose a disease, if AI can create a drug that deals with cancer or Alzheimer's, that is a good thing. If AI and robotics throw millions of people out on the street, that is a bad thing. Right now, when we get back to oligarchy,
Independence.
virtually all of the money, and there are huge investments. Right now, AI and robotics are seeing more investments as a percentage of our GDP. We're talking about many, many, many hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. It is the largest investment in the history of this country since the Louisiana Purchase.
What happened? What Jim, man? I thought Jim was going to let us know, Jim.
There are friends, Elon Musk, Jeff Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, Jeff Bezos, the richest people in the world. And what I worry about is, given the history of these people, they are not making hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in order to improve life for working people in this country. Democrats on a kind of crusade here, trying to slow this thing down to let us get a handle on it. All right, how do we make AI and robotics work for everybody? How does it improve lives? If it lowers the UAW, my friend Sean Fang, who's head of the UAW, when they were negotiating the contract, they said, you know what? Not only do we want better wages, working conditions, etc., we want a 32-hour work week. Why did they say that? They said that because they perceive that every one of their workers is going to be more productive. They wanted their workers to benefit from that through a shorter work week. But those are the kind of ideas that we have got to be talking about. You got to think hard. How do we make AI and robotics work for you and your family? Not just Elon Musk and other billionaires. It's a huge issue out there. And that is why I have called for a moratorium on data centers. And I do that not only, you got data centers here in North Carolina? Okay, they're spreading all over the country. And people are rising up against them for a number of reasons. They don't want to see higher electric bills. You know, data centers consume an unbelievable amount of electricity and water. And that's kind of the major reason. But to me, more importantly, we got to slow the process down. And I'll tell you something else. I did a town meeting at Georgetown University a few months ago with a guy named Jeffrey Hinton. That name mean anything to anybody? Jeffrey Hinton. He has won the Nobel Prize in Physics a few years ago. And more importantly, he is considered one of the godfathers of AI. He's been working on this for many, many decades. And what he said is that it is only a matter of time, and it may be a few years, where AI, and you understand what AI is capable of doing, they are absorbing every book that has ever been written, every post that has ever been put on the internet, every mathematical equation that has ever been dealt with, every problem in physics, chemistry, you name it. They are absorbing all of that. And what he has said is that he thinks that in a time, in a very near future, AI will be smarter than humans. And what used to be science fiction, I don't know how many of you saw 2001, The Space Odyssey. Maybe some of the older folks here may have seen it. Anyhow, there's a scene in this movie where these guys are on a spaceship heading off to someplace in the universe.
The world of fun.
And they have a computer that's running, supercomputer that's running the spaceship. The computer's name is Hal. And one day, you know, one of the captains on the spaceship says,
right. There goes
Hal,
the world
I want
of
you
fun
to do
right
this
there.
or that. And Hal says, well, not really. Hal rebels. And that was, you know, they dealt with it. But the idea that the supercomputer could rebel was what the film was about. That is no longer science fiction. So I don't want to frighten anybody because nobody knows. I mean, people disagree with it. People know a lot more than I do. But there are serious people who have studied this issue who worry very much that the day may come where AI becomes independent of human control. And that would be a bit frightening, to say the least. So other than that, things are going pretty well. And let me just also say this, that it is imperative that we continue to do everything that we can to stop Trumpism. And what Trumpism is about is not only support for the oligarchy, it is doing what demagogues throughout history have always done. Trump didn't invent this playbook. It's gone on for a long, long time. And what that playbook is about is when a country, whether it was Germany in the 30s or other countries around the world, when people are struggling, people don't have the income they need to survive, or they can't afford basic necessities of life, what demagogues always do is find a powerless minority and blame them for all the problems. In Germany, it was the Jews. Throughout our country's history, it was blacks and white people are not making enough money, blacks are taking your jobs, da-da-da-da. It was Asians. We had an Asian expulsion legislation. They were taking white folks' jobs. Women are too uppity, taking men's jobs. You know, gays are taking over the schools. You always have the Muslims. Yeah, you name the group, doesn't matter. What we are supposed to do is think that all of the problems that we face, which are many today, they're the fault of a particular minority. And today that minority is the undocumented people in this country, the vast majority of whom came to this country, same way, for the same reason that my father came to this country, without a nickel in his pocket, to escape poverty, to provide a better life for their children. All right, that's why they came here. And the vast majority are working hard, and during COVID, to a significant degree, it was undocumented people working in meatpacking plants, working in daycare, working in nursing home, getting exposed to the virus, trying to raise their kids. But Trump, like all demagogues, sees an opportunity to divide us up, to foment hatred. And the major point that I want to make today is we have got to do exactly the opposite of what Trump is trying to do. He wants to divide us up. We got to bring our people together. If there is one lesson that I hope humanity has learned, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, Latino, Muslim, or Jewish, or Asian, or whatever, gay or straight, we share a common humanity. We have the same dreams and the same hopes for our children. And we cannot let demagogues divide us up. We've got to stand together. But the other thing that we have to do, in my view, and I have been all over this country, and it's been an honor. It really has been an honor and a privilege to do that. I want to tell you a story. A few months ago, maybe 3 or 4 months ago now, I went to West Virginia. And I went to West Virginia because that was the state that gave Trump, I think, something like 70% of the vote. And I went to a county in West Virginia that gave him the largest vote. I think it was like 74%. I deliberately went there, and I wanted to see what's going on. Why were these folks in a poor state voting for Donald Trump? And we had a meeting. I don't know if we had maybe as many people here. A large number of people came out. A very rural county. They are struggling with the same issues you are struggling with in North Carolina. We are struggling with in Vermont. They can't afford health care. Their healthcare system is a disaster. Their kids are not getting the education that they want. Their wages are abysmally low. But they had no alternative because the Democratic Party in West Virginia virtually does not exist. And that is true all over this country to one degree or another. People are hurting. They want...
Yeah, Chad, I'm going to get going.
And for too many years...
Much love to everybody, y'all. Much love to Mama Duck, Kenneth, Auntie K, JC, all of y'all that hung out with me today. Auntie K hung out with me for a while. You hung out with me for a long time, Auntie. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cut the live. I've been live for a pretty long time this morning, so I'm going to go ahead and cut the live. And I will be back later on. We will be doing another show later on today. Yeah, at some point we'll be doing a show. Sometime this morning before noon, we'll be doing another show. So I'll see you guys. Take care. Good morning. Happy Monday. Have a great week. Have a great day. Much love to you all. And God bless you all as well. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you. See you all later.